Arknights.
Where are you headed today, Doctor? Oh, I was just looking at a shadow across your window. A habit from my days in the hospital. What does that shadow look like to you? Oh, I was just looking at a shadow across your window. A habit from my days in the hospital. What does that shadow look like to you?
Hello, hello. Hi. Hello, Lara. Hello, everyone. We are having a cool day today. And by cool, I mean really fucking hot, actually.
Habit from my days in the hospital.
Anyways.
What does that shadow look like to you?
Well, we'll be doing tracing our steps. We'll be continuing that. However, yesterday... Oh, where is it? Yesterday I found out that there are secret stages in this game that I missed. Am I blind? I think. Yeah. So I'll do that at some point. So apparently there's a secret stage, not apparently, there is, I know there is. A secret stage in chapter 14 if you do 1418 and 1421 with Amiya in your team. And I'm pretty sure I've done one of them, but I haven't done both of them with Amiya in my team. And there's apparently something similar in chapter 8 as well, which I don't think I've done. But I might have. It was a while ago. I don't remember. Nah, I just made it the fuck up because I saw a few scenes of it on your stream, Lyra. Not on the one in chapter 8, but yeah. Oh no, actually I do have this one then. Right. Oh, I don't have this one. Okay, so there's one secret one I haven't done. There's also a stage I haven't free start. Interesting. Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's one here as well. 4 secret stages in chapter 8. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, I see. Oh my god. That's so stupid that I missed that. Why does the chapter 14 doesn't at least have those red lines? Wouldn't that be useful? Oh, okay, this one does have it. I see, okay. There it is, it just doesn't go straight from the stage that has the objective. Well, I mean, that's an information I now know, and I'll do it at some point. However, today I want to just progress retracing our steps. That's the plan for what we'll be doing. But yeah, that's sad I missed that.
Fine, I'll try someplace else then. Can I apply for a more comfortable chair?
You know, yesterday was nice. After a short stream, I kinda got to just like play video games, which, you know, if I streamed I would also just play video games, but it's different. It's more relaxing when I don't have to be entertaining, you know. Being entertaining is so hard, or like trying to be. I'm not actually. Oh shit, I'm disconnected. We dropped some frames, but we are back, right? That's fun. I love when that happens. We also today got a heat warning. Isn't that cool? I got a fucking heat warning. And we also have one for the like following 2 days. That's crazy. I'm still considering to maybe just not stream today, which would be crazy. That would be crazy, especially since you just started peak. Well, okay, you started peak like, I don't know, 10 months ago, but you cannot just not stream. No, I think it's the other way around. You should start a stream right now and stream until 6. That's what I'm doing, actually. I'm starting a stream right now and stream until 6. But you know, no pressure. I'm just like being funny. I'm trying to be entertaining, as I said. You stream when you want. Or not stream when you want. Oh, monster's almost done, and Sakiko's really close.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I need to make a phone call begging for a job later today. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, so
Good day, Doctor.
today I was ordering food. I got a nice kebab. So I was kinda, you know, min-maxing the price as one does. So you know, kebabs tend to be very cheap. So it's good. That's nice. So this is something I guess complained or talked about at some point. I hate when the delivery person basically, like, okay, there are several ways to do it, but you know, sometimes they have your come to your house and they call you like, yeah, I'm here, come get your food, and I'm like, yeah, that's great, love that, I'll go down, I'll get food, easy. Sometimes they will like call, I'll be there in a minute,
Asleep already.
and
All right.
then I'm like, yeah, great, that's fine. I'll just, you know, I'll need to get my keys, I need to put on shoes, I need to go down. I live in the first floor, so it doesn't take that long. But yeah, you'll be here in a minute. I think I need like a minute to get down. So that's great. Sometimes they will like call you and tell you, I'll be there in 5 minutes. And what am I supposed to do that? Am I supposed to be like checking my clock now every minute because of you? How about you call me in 4 minutes? How about you call me in 4 more minutes? Maybe I'm just mad at nothing. I guess I am. But I think that's stupid. Like, I'm not gonna be checking time. I'm paying you for convenience. It's less convenient this way. So very much what I do is, you know, well, I know, crazy. I don't automatically tip. I will tip depending on how good the service is, I think, you know? I think that would be very controversial, especially in some parts of the world, you know, where tipping is just very normalized. It's not that normalized here. So, yeah. What happened today was that I got a call. They told me I'll be there in a minute, and I was like, okay, yeah, in a minute, I'll do what I said. I'll go get my keys, I'll put on my shoes, I go down. That's fine. So I do just that. I'm down. I like look around. Huh, no car. Weird. So I wait. I start scrolling Twitter.
Asleep already.
Which, you know,
Right.
bad choice, bad thing to do. I'm in a very... Yeah, Twitter is just sad for the past 2 days. Makes me mad. Anyways, I'm just like there. Another minutes go by, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It takes 7 minutes. I was told in the call, I'll be there in a minute. It took 7 minutes. The whole delivery was supposed to take 10 to 15 minutes. And I was waiting 7 minutes down at my door. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? Like, I don't know if the person got lost. But I think if they are supposed to be a minute from where I live, there is not that much places where you can get lost. I just don't get it. So yeah, I did not tip. Sorry. I mean, I do hope they get paid. Like, they still delivered my food, but No, I have kind of no idea how it works. But oh my god. Like 7, I would genuinely, it would take like, I don't know, it's like 5 minutes if I would walk there. Okay, maybe not 5. Maybe but yeah.
Asleep already.
Like when I ordered, it literally told me that it will be here in 10 to 15 minutes. It's because it's really close and it's kebab, which they can like prepare in 2 minutes. And oh my god, that's insane. They will starve tonight. Well, they were starving me for like 7 minutes, so you know what? Maybe they deserve it. I'm joking, but oh my god, I just find that insane. That I don't think that ever happened to me. Like, it sometimes happened to me that someone had a delay like over 30 minutes. But I was just like sitting in my apartment, you know, waiting for them to call me. And I was like, oh my god, that's really annoying. They have a 30-minute delay. Today it was just a 7-minute delay, but I was waiting at the fucking on the hallway the whole time. And oh my god, I'm getting really annoyed for some reason. It's not that big of a deal, but I'm really annoyed. I could have done so many things in those 7 minutes. I could probably like do my HSR dailies, which reminds me that I didn't do those today yet. Damn it. Could have probably like I don't know. Watch like 3 2.5 minute videos. No, actually, I would not have enough time to do that. I would need like 30 extra seconds. I mean, I did not measure seconds, so maybe it was a 7.5 minutes.
All right, I'll handle the rest of the work.
But yeah, anyways, that's something that happened to me today. Other than that, nothing really happened because I didn't do anything. What did I do? How long? Genuinely, what did I do? I'm so useless. I don't think I've done anything else today. Like, I did play Arknights for a bit, but just to, like, farm. I watched some YouTube videos. Yeah, I should probably... That is, like, a problem I have, which is kind of why I started streaming earlier. I kind of... Before stream, not always. But before stream, I just don't do shit. I feel like all my stuff I do is after stream normally. Whether it's playing video games, or writing, or... Wait, those are like the 2 things I did. Okay, I did clean my kitchen. I do that kind of daily, but that's like what? Like 40 minutes maybe, probably less. Anyways, so when's this getting the EX stages? Right, there's 3 more days. Let's go to retracing our steps. I doubt we'll be finishing it today because it's one of the longer ones, you know, with 10 stages and 4 story stages. And we've only done 3 yesterday. Actually, just 2. Oh, well, 3 if I count. Yeah, like 1 story stage, 2 normal stages. So yeah, I doubt we'll be finishing that today, especially because in like not even 6 hours, I'm supposed to be joining for a raid. Not sure though, because we've got only one reaction. I don't know. That's sad. But yeah, I mean, I'll be playing a raid, so I'll try to be ready. We'll see. We'll see if we get more people or anything. We could also do it another time, I don't know. I'm up either way though. Yeah, I would love to do it. It's just, I was kind of hoping maybe we would get like a full team. I really don't like getting strangers, honestly. But it's fine, like I can deal with it. I honestly hate doing the LFG post more than actually playing with the random. Like having a random person is fine. It's like a video game, but doing the LFG post is so annoying. I feel a lot of pressure when I do it, you know? But, well, who cares? It's also like one of the easiest raids, I think, like, yeah. We're doing Root of Nightmare, is what we're doing. I'll probably just, like... Yeah. I might like ask if the time still works for my clanmate who's joining us. You know, person who I appreciate a lot. But yeah, you know, I might just ask them because like at first I asked if it would be possible to do it yesterday at 6. And they were like, I can do it yesterday, but we can do it tomorrow. But it didn't specify if they still mean at 6. I kind of just assumed they meant tomorrow at 6. But it might be later. I know, for example, that the reset time in Destiny is my time zone at least is at 7. 6, 7. So maybe they meant like... Yeah, I think I should probably just ask. Just to be sure. But we can do that maybe like closer to the time or something. I don't know. Maybe they will ask. I will leave the responsibility onto them. You know, for when I'm planning to do something. Anyways, that was a lot of yapping today, wasn't it? Let's run to Among Snowy Shrubs. How about Among Us instead? Let's just like... Oh yeah, tomorrow also. We'll probably also won't finish this side story tomorrow. Because tomorrow we'll be having a collab. So I will stream like 2 hours before the collab. I'm pretty sure we agreed on 2 for our time at least. But I'll probably, since it's just 2 hours, I will probably use that to draw the Viviana in her skin, whose name I do not remember, eating currywurst. Anyways, something very important I can do now. So better. How are you feeling about this? I think I fixed this stage. Okay, yeah. It was really funny in my head, at least. Okay. That was not funny in anyone's head, I believe. Anyways. I guess I can keep this on the screen then, while I'm doing push-ups. So, you know, anyone who stops by, I won't be able to talk. Because imagine being able to talk while you're, like, doing push-ups. But, I will still be entertaining by having this on my screen. I should also do something with my hair. I mean, you don't see my hair. Well, you see my hair. Well, whatever. It will just look the same for Rukini's set, though. I mean, to be specific, I'm still here, but... Yeah, so basically, when it's really hot, which it is, as I said, we got a fucking heat warning, and I think that's crazy. My, you know, just hair. I'm sweaty, my hair helps with that. Yeah. Because it just then sticks to my sweaty neck. And it's pain. Want to get a good gnawing hunger for the break? Maybe gotcha. Hey, Tavina. I see I've joined at a very important time. Yes. I mean, I did have like a fucking 10-minute rant about delivery services, so... So, yes. Anytime would be really important today, but hey, hope you're having a good day. Anyways, we are playing Among Us. We were also talking about Destiny because we'll be doing a raid, probably. It looks like it. Which, you know, as far as I know, for Lyra and Ark, it will be the first raid they have done after, like, coming back. Oh, shit. We should have to play Among Us at some point too. I agree, yeah. For Among Us, I would really like to get at least like 9 people though. Which is kinda rough. I think even with like 6 people, it's kinda bad. I would also be super happy to get like a proximity voice chat or something like that. The mod, you know? Because I think... yeah. Without that, it's kinda eh. But, I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see what we agree on. But I just think that for Among Us, we need a lot of people. And we just don't have that many friends. We just don't. We have like 2 of them. But yeah, let's actually go play Among Us. And by Among Us, I mean among snowy shrubs. So Lyra, shoo spoilers. But I hope you have a nice day. I hope you get a good gnawing hunger. I do remember it was meta in Crucible for a while. I don't know how good it is now. But I assume like you're doing a void build, so that's probably why you want specifically gnawing hunger. You should get Recluse. Nah, probably not. Hey, what the hell? Hello. Retrace, hi.
Hello?
Hope you're having a good day. Hello, Nazumokai. Hi, Lever. Hope you're all having a good day. I think you played Arknights, right? Is that correct? What did you do? What were you doing? You are currently playing Among Us. So... no, we're playing Arknights. But the stage is called Among Us. At least if you, like, remove half the letters, it's called Among Us. I was indeed playing Arknights. That's crazy. Well, for me, you know, I just started. I'm playing Retracing Our Steps, the side story. And, yeah. It might say that I started 31 minutes ago, but I didn't read a single line of the story yet. I was talking about Destiny 2, about Among Us, and about food delivery services. Maybe we should repeat all that, with the Raiders now present. Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, okay, no, I do need to repeat at least the thing about delivery services because I'm annoyed. So basically, you know, sometimes they call me like, yeah, I'm down here, come get your food, and I'm happy about that. Sometimes they will tell you, I'll be there in like a minute. So, you know, that's also cool. I will need like a minute to get my keys, put on my shoes, and go down to get the food. Today, I got a call that they will be here in a minute. So I went down. I was waiting for my food. I was min-maxing the price. So I got 2 kebab boxes. One of them was with cheese. So I got to exactly 200 Czech crowns exactly. Which is really cool if you manage to get it exact. And if you get to 200 Czech crowns, you get a 25% sale. No, actually just 20%. So I was like, damn, okay. 2 kebab boxes for 160 Czech crowns. That's pretty nice. That's like what? That's like 6 euros. 6 or 7 euros, you know, 6, 7. But instead, well, nothing instead. I was just waiting for the food. That was supposed to be here in a minute. Don't be sorry, I love that. I think it's really funny to say 6, 7. You should be sorry to Lyra, but I think Lyra left. Because, you know, spoilers. Anyways. Okay, Lyra didn't leave. Okay, I'm gonna end myself. But I'm waiting there. You know, again, it was supposed to be in another minute. I just keep getting interrupted with my cool story. It's supposed to be there in a minute. So I wait, like, a minute. Still not there. Wait another minute. 3 minutes, 5 minutes. It took 7 minutes. The whole delivery was supposed to take 10 to 15. And out of those 10 to 15, I was waiting outside. Well, no, not outside, on my hallway, but down, like, you know, I live in an apartment building. I was waiting there for 7 minutes. Out of those 10 to 15 that was supposed to take. And I think that's just crazy. Like, I don't know if they were 1 minute away and they just got lost. Because I doubt that could happen. Like, how do you get lost if you're a minute away from my apartment? I mean, you can take a wrong turn. It can happen. But for like 7 more minutes. You have like a GPS, no? Don't you have like a GPS that shows you where the person you're delivering the food to is, like, where they live? Don't you have one of those? And I just find it crazy that I was waiting there for 7 minutes. When it was such a short delivery. It was supposed to be, at least. Anyways, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm actually... Yeah. You know, go everyone. I think the shout out already ran out, but I did shout you out. But yeah, go follow Rex. They do play Arknights, and probably other games as well. But they do play Arknights, and that's what's important to me. Arknight is very important to me. Maybe he got an inskippable side quest. Maybe they were like, okay, I might need to deliver this, but instead, how about I make this piece of shit wait for a bit? They can wait, right? It's not a problem. By the way, we got a fucking heat warning. And I think that's another thing that's crazy. We got a heat warning because it's really fucking hot. And we have a heat warning for today, tomorrow, and also Sunday. So you tried to get to your house, but there was a pile of boulders there that wouldn't disappear until he did the tutorial. No, there weren't any boulders. Or maybe I just don't see them because I already did the tutorial. But, yeah. It's just thing that happened. Yeah, this year has been diabolically hot. Exactly, I agree. I just found it crazy that I started my fucking browser today and there was like a big red text. Heat warning. It's hot outside. And then I have to wait 7 minutes. But yeah, okay, I wasn't outside. I was waiting in the hallway. Yeah, you're in a different phase. You have cleared all the tutorials in the area. Yeah, I've cleared all the tutorials of my fucking house. But I guess all the other delivery drivers also cleared them. Because, like, you know, sometimes, like, honestly, like, maybe I'm just, like, really fucking spoiled. But when I'm waiting in the hallway, I won't mind, like, then even 20 minutes delay, like, I'll be annoyed. But if I'm waiting in my apartment when I can, I don't know, like, do something on my computer, maybe I'm, like, cleaning kitchen or something, then I'm fine. That's like, okay, yeah, I'm wait. But if I'm already waiting, like, in the hallway, with the risk of encountering my neighbors, which I don't want to happen, and even if I'm waiting there for, like, 2 minutes, I'm like, okay, come on. But it was 7. Anyways, I need to go do my 20 squats. You can look at this again. Six, 7. 10. 15. 20. Ooh. Very funny. Think you're very funny moves like that. Oh, did it move? I normally stand like outside the. Ooh, the camera view. But I guess I was too close this time. Well, I guess I was close. Yeah, it's funny. Okay, I wonder how that looked, but yeah. Lay around like a wacky, waving inflatable tube man. Yeah. It does. Having push-ups and squat being redeemable is a smart move during workout. Well, it's specifically here for Lyra to punish me if I make a 6-7 joke. That's like its main use. But you know, I'm happy. At least that means Lyra is wasting her points. And she won't make me draw any more Germans. Usually if my delivery is late, I just assumed I had a problem. It is what it is. No, I agree with that. Like, again, if I'm... I just get, like, I'm not mean to them or anything because they are late even today, right? It happens, but it's annoying and I'm gonna complain to you on stream, not to, like, them or their boss or anything. You know, have to catch my breath if I do one of those redeems. So I need a moment. But we'll finally get to the story after that. It's been 40 minutes, we didn't read a single line of the story yet. You could understand why I don't want to interact with my neighbors as well. Yeah. Especially with how hot it is, you know. But yeah, I did get my very good deal on my kebab, so... So, you know, at least that was nice. I ate one of the kebab boxes, and the other I will either eat after the stream, or maybe I'll be crazy with it and just keep it for tomorrow lunch. Maybe I'll do that, who knows? Maybe for dinner I'll have instant noodles, or I'll have tuna salad. Because I like the two most common dinners I eat. Big dabs, yeah. I'm very vulnerable to, like, any kind of like super special cool deal. And that's both when ordering food and when for example, when I'm at, like, on a convention and they say that they have, like, if you buy 3 prints, it's a bit cheaper, you know? Like, they are cheaper if you buy 3 of them. So yes, there might be only 2 I really want, but I will get a 3rd one. So it works. You know, you should do stuff like that, because there will be idiots like me that will then spend more than they wanted. But hey, then for a second, I feel like I saved money, but then I realized that I actually spent more than I wanted. And I bought an item I did not really care for that much. But that's fine. Okay. Let's go. Story. Madame Ratatos, I bring a message from my master regarding the meeting of the 3 clans a few days ago. You should look at the Steam summer sale. Well, I know that the Binding of Isaac is super cheap. So everyone should go and buy that video game. It's such a good game. I did not really look at the sales. Those % off Be a Magnet, yeah. I bought so many games, like, on a Christmas sale 3 years ago that I didn't start a single time. But, you know, maybe I'll get to it at one point. I don't... What? Okay, I'm starting Steam right now, actually. You should also... I actually don't know if the Destiny is on sale anymore. All of you should go buy Destiny. Like, you know what? All of you get Destiny, I'll force you all to raid. I'll be like parasocial. Let's all raid together. You're invited to my raid. Never-ending backlog on unplayed games? Yeah. Like, for example, I want Ultra Kill. I bought Ultra Kill like 3 years ago. Never played it. And there's more like Blasphemous 2. I really want to play Blasphemous 2. I also want to buy or like replay Blasphemous 1. I'm still just yapping instead of reading the story. Wouldn't hate having a reason to read. I mean, Davina, honestly, like, yeah, I would be down to have you. However, I'm very worried that at least the time when we normally rate would be extremely bad for you. Like, yeah. For example, today we would be starting in like 5 hours, which maybe later, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna pretend I'm consistent. I just slept a bunch. Okay. I mean, your call, honestly. Like, it looks like we are looking for 2 people. I don't want to promise anything because, you know, I would, I already posted in my clan, so if someone from my clan joins later. Okay. Guy lose from Arkham Transformed Red Dead Redemption. Never played that. Actually, Rex, do you read? Do you read? Like, do you read the story? I mean, to be specific, when you play Arknights, do you read the story? If you fill up, that's fine, but I also have it fill. Okay, Davina, do you... Okay, what would be the easiest way to do this? For me, at least. I don't want to make you do it if you would be like, what wouldn't want to do that? What you should do if you want to possibly contact me off stream is join Lyra and Ark's Discord. Because I don't have like a Discord server. Oh, I guess I can also just share my friend here, but yeah. Don't read? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's their public Discord server. You can just join. I know you watch Lyra sometimes. So you should join that server. Who would don't make their own Discord server. I don't like. I was considering it so many times, Lever. It's like where's the link? Lyra, do you want to share a link to your Discord channel on my stream? By the way, we are 50 minutes in. I love talking with you all, but I hoped I would progress the story, just saying. You're so good at self-promo. Yeah, Lyra. But yeah, I'm worried about making a Discord server because just managing that. Like, okay, this is not like a criticism, Lyra, okay? But I get like at least one bot from your Discord server to write me a DM. Like, I always get a DM from someone who you have one shared server, and it's your and Ark's server, and it's like, hello, you want to buy something from me? Do you want to buy my AI slop? Oh my god. I imagine if I had a fucking command that shares Lyra and Ark's server on my stream, that would be really funny. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could talk to Ark and just include you in the server or something. I mean, I feel like I wouldn't do anything there, but like, if you wouldn't mind, it's kind of useless. I just wouldn't do anything there. But I appreciate the offer. But yeah, again, it's like, I feel like, now that I think about it, maybe I could make one. Maybe I could make one. I know Lever, you know, obviously, also has a server, which was quite nice. accelerating new Lyra, so it should be fine. What do you mean? I mean, yeah, I think it's fine if if they join the public server. But yeah, I'm like, if I had my own server, it's just I don't like. I don't know. I might like think about it again. I could honestly like one thing I do have, if you don't know, one of my redeems, it's the 50,000.1. It's called Hall of Fame, and it just writes down your name. That's all it does. It plays a sound effect and it writes down your name. And it also writes what does it write? Yeah, it in a like a Discord channel. That's only for me. I have a Discord server that only I use, and I just put notes in there. And there is a channel that just writes automatically everyone who redeems that on that Discord server, and starting instantly at the log icon in general. But hey, at least you can DM me on Discord now, I guess. Okay, I mean, sure. Okay, if we are looking for one in the evening or like any other time, I will let you know. You know, that would be nice. I would definitely prefer that over a stranger. You know, you are not a stranger. We're already really parasocial, right? So yeah. This is okay. You all now join the server. Let's go. Discord servers are a lot of work, and the bots, and I don't want to deal with weird people who might join. Yeah, that's very much like how I feel. But I don't know. Maybe I would be down. It would be just like something really small, but just like to have that. I don't know. I'll consider it again. I'll consider. I don't know how you do any of that. Also, honestly, like, don't know how you even make, like, I would figure it out, but I have like I have basically 2 Discord servers actually, but all of them are just like a very small group of friends, or maybe like a bigger group of friends, one of them, but like none of those are active anymore. But you know, private Discords, and there's like one or message channel and one voice channel, and that's like it. For socialized balls, is that something that people say? Anyways, okay. I'll play the game, okay? It's something I just said. Okay, so people say it. That makes sense. The pillar roach stands towards the outsiders is firm. We can never be too careful regarding the faithless. You must be even more vigilant now, with the Saintess out on the pilgrimage, and state affairs deferred to the 3 clans. My master does not think oil of the Sirenicodes, but it is true that Clan Silver Ash has been too close to the Victorians. We do not know if he has other intentions. My master has chosen to communicate with you, as he sees you as a woman who has always upheld Shirak's traditions. He's happy to meet with you in person. If you have any thoughts you would like to share... Are you finished? Out of respect for Arktosh, please bring this message back to him. I don't know if Arktosh is harboring a grudge because of catastrophe occurred on Polaroid Soul, and I don't care. But at the last meeting, we reached the conclusion that none of us should make a move without the direction from the Vinebeat Court. While the Saintess is absent, The best thing we can do for the nations is to take care of our own business and avoid causing more issues. That will be all. I see there is no avoiding these issues. I apologize, but this little thing is no cause for concern. Let us return to the topic at hand. Long-term cooperation between premium Victorian clothing brands and Clan Browntail. No, wait. With all due respect, Madame Browntail, I'm afraid this is not an issue I can ignore. If the people of Chirac are so hostile to Victoria, how can we believe that any cooperation can last? Our three clans may have our differences, but I'm the sole representative of Clan Browntail. You may take my word on that. This conflict between the three clans, I suppose that's not hard for the Victorian to understand. Not at all. I've made great efforts to learn about Chirac during my time here. Your culture is exotic and fascinating. While all of Chirac is united by your Chiracander fate, the same tenants have to have a different influence on the three clans. The brave Roaches and clever Silver Ashes, but you Browntails, I must apologize that I find it hard to summarize your virtues in a single word. I suppose the way I would put it, is that the Clan Browntail is noble and trustworthy. My sympathies for the homework you have to do. Knowledge is the foundation of cooperation. Her Grace, the Duke values cooperation with Chirac highly, and she is looking for a reliable, proper representative of your land to work with. Clan Browntail's virtues is building 5,000 exploring houses all across Chirac. Yes, we need more of those. We had one. It didn't work, by the way. The one we did build didn't work. It's kind of... Well, I mean, I guess it caught on fire. Yeah. But it didn't kill anyone, which I think was the intention. So it didn't work. Didn't do its purpose. Which I'm happy about, by the way. I'm glad everything ended how it happened. I think... oh my god. Fucking, I love breaking the ice. Or break the ice. That was such a good side story. It didn't work because they did not account for Dragon Pressure's bullshit. Well, yeah. Skill issue. Her Grace the Duke values cooperation with Chirac highly, and she's looking for a reliable, proper representative to your land, to work with you with. I think I already read that. A representative of Chirac? Is Her Grace unsatisfied with Carlan trade? Mr. Silverash is a most astute businessman, but this is also his greatest flaw. He will not permit any other winner in his game. I'm sure you understand, as his neighbor. A keen summary. Therein lies the problem. The three clans may equally be Chiracandra's children in name, but in the eye of an onlooker like me, they are not. Even an outsider like me can tell that your clan and the Roaches have had virtually no effective role in response to this catastrophe. The Silverash and Carlan trade have not only monopolized Chirac's foreign commerce, but also all of her foreign affairs. And your nominal head of state, the Saintess, Mr. Silverash's sister, seem to have no objection to the present situation. Mind your words, sir. Do not presume to blaspheme the Saintess's piety with your prejudice. Oh, I apologize if my frankness has offended you. Please understand that I am speaking out of good faith, and simply conveying what I have observed as an outsider. Cut to the chase. What's your proposal? A simple one. Victoria is seeking friendly, equal, and truly mutually beneficial cooperation. effective long-term cooperation, not one that only benefits one side, or limited by a narrow-minded nationalism. Her Grace thinks highly of Grand Browntail, and of you personally. My presence here is proof of that. What you have missed is that Enya fucking hates any goddess and is constantly setting him on fire in her mind. Well, they set him on fire in real life once as well. Not Enya, but that did happen. Anyways, short break. Basically didn't get anywhere, but we already do a break. But it was fun. Be right back. Hey, I'm back. Ooh. The opinions of the foreigners is of no importance to Grand Browntail. Your promise is the very proof of the shifting nature of Victoria position. By the way, I did check Steam with the sales, and at least out of the games I like really want, there's no sale that's like that great. out of the games that I have on my wish list, at least. There are probably some games that I kind of want that I did like forget to put on my wish list or something. But the only sales there is on an Elden Ring Night and Rain. That's only 25%, which is something. But I mean, I would be willing to definitely buy that if I had 2 friends to play with that would want to play that game. And then Valhalla, which I do kind of want to buy. It's 33% sale, so maybe I would buy that. But I don't know. I mean, it's just 10 euros. That's pretty manageable. Anyways, that was just another sidetrack. I always worry. I make it feel like I'm complaining. I like talking. That's why I stream. I just like talking about random shit. Anyways, I also like playing Arknights. So you are wrong if you think Clan Brantel is simply another Clan Silver Ash, but easier to manipulate. No, of course not, Madame Ratatos. The Empire of Victoria does not seek subservience or dependence. She seeks to do the right thing. Clan Silver Ash is a window that is sometimes open, sometimes closed. Only those inside the room can truly know its contents. Tell me, Madame Browntail, are you not tired of the constant, meaningless tribal conflicts that haunt this land? Victoria simply seeks to do the right thing. Anyway, blow up the statue of Cheragander. Yeah, that's... yeah. I do... Okay, I will complain about Ark again. I just love complaining about Ark. Love you, Ark, by the way. You're not seeing this, but love you. It's crazy to me that he just played this without playing right. Like, he said that he felt like he didn't really, like, it felt like fine, that it didn't feel like he was missing context. Oh my god, I feel like he was missing so much context. I'm not even halfway through. I'm not even quarter way through. I feel like he would have such a better experience or, like, stuff if he played right. But I mean, he can play the game how he enjoys it. I don't want to come off as like I do that often. But I'm just, as long as you enjoy the game, you know, you do. I don't mind if people like don't read the story at all. I don't mind your weird ass order that everyone has. Not everyone, but like everyone I talk with. Or perhaps you aspire to lead Chirac into a new era yourself? I think that will do for today. Thank you for your visit. I fully understand your proposal, and I have a message for you to bring back to the Duke. She does not have a sufficient understanding of Chirac, but I sincerely hope she will one day find it. Noted. Unfortunately, any commercial cooperation must remain on hold while political issues remain unresolved. But we have plenty of patience for an important partner such as yourself. I do really like the design, by the way, of Victorian Ambassador. I think he looks just kind of cool. I like the shirt that you can see like the color of, because it's like the pattern that he has on his ears, and it's, yeah. Otherwise, it's just like a simple coat, but I don't know, I also just like enjoy his... Oh, I see. Face, I guess. Hey, did you know there's an English idiotum, a leopard can't change his spots? I did not know that. What exactly does that mean? Like, just that you... What does that mean? That you just can't change as a person? Or... Because I feel like people can change. What does idiotum even mean, actually? Wait, idiom, not idiotum. I see fucking insults everywhere. So I automatically read it as idiot. Idiot. Idiom means just like a saying or something, no? I think. Phrase of expression where the figurative meaning is different from the literal definition of its individual words. Oh, okay. Simple. Even break a leg is idiom, which I know that in Italian you say something about breaking a wolf's jaw or something. What was it again? That was a fun fact. In Czech you say basically break a neck. Well, it means a person cannot change their inner traits, which is something I disagree with. It usually used to refer to negative traits associated with the leopard. Oh, such as being predatory and deceitful. Gotcha. So it's like more literal to the leopard. I thought the leopard is like just like an animal. But yeah, you know, since it's not, I didn't think it was that literal to specifically leopards. So making the Victorian ambassador a leopard. Yeah. But they might also just use it to refer to other negative traits, yeah. I'd like to think that people, well, I mean, what you said, that you disagree with that. Yeah, I disagree as well, basically. I'd like to think I changed at least, honestly. I was such a bad person. Okay, maybe not that bad, but anyways. Still, that idiom came to mind when this guy showed up. Made sense. Anyway, Poco al lupo, into the wolf's mouth. Yeah, I remember that you told me that, well, when I was playing, I think it was all the way in Il Siracusano that was an Il Potatori der Veluti or something. We look forward to your answer. Anyways, I really like the Syracuse storyline. I also like the Cherax storyline. Because Ben is part of Boca Lupo. Right, yeah. Dear Encia, hope this letter finds you well. By the time you read this, you will have already learned of my decision. Don't worry, think of it as your sister going on a long trip. She will be back before you know it. Which is kind of like if there was a conspiracy where Britain was being run by sentient supernatural legs. And there was a government organization called the Leg Breakers. Yeah, that would be neat. I'm sorry that we'll have to put our plans for fondue in the Van Beatcourt's kitchen on hold, but I promise I'll be good as my word once I get back. Don't worry about Nicodes either. He has his plans. Though he might be busy for a while, we count on you to take care of things at home, alright? There are a lot of things going on. Stay safe, and be especially careful when going out. Hope I'll find you as cheerful as always when I return. I'll pray to Chiragander for both of you. Yes, remember to keep your appointments at Rhode Island, follow your doctor's orders, and wear protective gear when climbing the mountains. A letter from Enya? Yeah. It's always like this. And for Nicodes, it's quite enough at home to begin with, and ever since I came back from my trip, he's barely even around. There are exceptional times. These are exceptional times. They're doing all they can to protect Chirag. All we can do is trust them and support them. I know, I just wanted to blow off some steam. They still treat me like a kid, never telling me anything. I don't even know what I'm worrying for. I want to help them too. Lady Encia, Master Chester. Is there any Codes here? He's probably at the office. Why? A herald has arrived from the Vine Beat Court. They said they are meeting with Clan Peleroach to discuss cooperation in the joint mining venture. And they want Sir Anicodes to submit the relevant documents early. Have the documents, but submit them early? Is this a temporary notice? The herald didn't explain. Very well. Prepare the car. I'll go. Before he can finish, Encia grabs the documents and runs out the door. You can stay home, Uncle Chester. Let me handle it. Encia, come back. Sir Anicodes said you are not to go outside without permission. Excuse me? Why? What was... Like... Why does she need a permission to go outside? Sorry, no. I will rephrase that. Why does Anicodes think that he can... that he gets to choose when her sister can go outside, when his sister can go outside? Because Anicodes is a controlling asshole, but also they are British people. Okay, yeah, you know what? That makes sense. Like, I wouldn't allow anyone to go outside if I knew there were British people. If I know there was a British person outside, I'm just like, you know, I'm forbidding everyone from going outside. It's alright. Anicodes must have forgotten to bring these with him. I'll have a good laugh at him later. Sometimes I feel like that I'm starting to like Anicodes more, and then I'm like, oh, right, no, he's an asshole. I mean, I do like him, but like, you know, I don't like him, but I like him. I don't like him, though. Come on, let's go. Oh dear. I should let Sir Anicodes know. The brown car is driving on the mountain path to the Vine Beat Court. Sitting in the back seat, Arthur rubs his neck. Why call me over so early in the morning? Is the mine thing so urgent? I hear Sir Anicodes often stays overnight at the company these days. An early morning meeting would fit his recent routine. It's not like there's much to discuss. I'm just waiting for the Silver Age documents to sign off on. Give me the minutes from last time, Gulo. I'll take another look. Give me the minutes from last time? Interesting. Is that a phrase? Or what does that mean? Yes, sir. Sitting in the passenger seat, Gulo takes the documents from the glove box and is about to hand to Arktosh when the car is violently jolted. Oh no. Minutes, summary of meeting records during the meeting. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, by the way. Yeah, what was that? Falling rocks. They almost hit us. Falling rocks? Here? The car is once again violently jolted before he could finish. as falling rubble slams against the trunk. It's not safe inside. We need to get out, sir. The road ahead is blocked. Fan. The three of them abandoned the car and ran to the mountainside, but the amount of falling rubble is overwhelming. Look out! A rock falls towards Arktosh. Gula pushes him out of the way and is struck up by the sharp edge of the rocks on his forehead. His massive frame falls on the ground, bleeding. Arktosh crawls towards Gula and pulls him closer to the mountain, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. The blood is soon covered by the falling rocks. Gula! Gula! The tranquility of the mountain is broken by a roaring sound of engines as the morning mist disperses. Tranquility is not what Dagenbrecher seeks right now. She pushes her bike to its limits. The scenery flies by swiftly, but she does not see what she is looking for. The tracks are still visible on the road. The target was here not long ago. There. Dagenbrecher jumps off the bike and rounds a corner. Two cars are burning on the road after a collision, sending rancid smoke skywards. Dagenbrecher pulls her weapon and creates a gust that extinguishes the fire, revealing the familiar silhouette of a silverish car. The door is easily cut open. There's no one inside. Dagenbrecher's worst fears have not come true. He hears the sound of rocks splashing from the direction of the cliff. Dagenbrecher looks down at the source of the sound and finds the one she is looking for, despite the dirt and soot on her face. Dagenbrecher, hanging off the side of the cliff with the hook, and Sia looks up at Dagenbrecher, unsure how to hide her embarrassment. I guess I screwed up. Her kingdom promises not tomorrow. Nor was it built for yesterday. Those who walk the present are closest to her. Her blessings are ever beneath the traveler's feet. The snowflakes stick to her fur collar. The lone traveler pulls her hood tighter and walks up the mountain, against the cold wind that blows through the forest. Enya pulls her cloak tighter around herself, her steps slowed by falling branches, mixed with snow. The clerics often say that Chiragander tests her people with wind and snow, but Enya knows she would never torment her like this. Char. The saintess sees the smoke of a campfire deep in the woods. Perhaps there is a place to rest. Enya walks towards it and finds the fire still burning, providing a rare source of warmth. She reaches out to it at once. Well, isn't that suspicious if there's a fire without a person? Hides hanging around shows that it belongs to a hunter. Short shrubs surround a lone wooden house, but the owner is nowhere to be seen. Then one of the shrubs rustles. The tip of a metal bolt protrudes from it, pointing towards the campfire. Who's there? Enya turns around quickly, but not quick enough to avoid the bolt that strikes her right leg, soaking her thick clothing with blood. Oh, don't do that. Why would you shoot at the saintess? She raises her bell instinctively as she stumbles back from pain. The attacker has emerged from the bushes, aiming his next bolt at the Saintess's heart. Whoosh. The attacker falls as the bell rings, his body quickly covered in snow. Slowly the small lamp turns red. It was not the holy bell that did this. Anya gets closer and sees a crossbow bolt in the attacker's neck. A rough hand, small but strong, grabs Anya's shoulders and pulls her to one side. Another bolt cuts through the air, taking down another attacker, but more of them continue to emerge from the forest. Whole swap bandit. How dare you commit murder at my camp while I'm away? Oh, right. I know you from Stronghold Protocol. A young huntress, carrying a heavy crossbow that seems too big for her, stands in front of Anya. She smells of herbs and cloud beasts. Stop daydreaming. You're a Silver Ash. What are you doing here? Never mind, stay close to me. Alright. Right, I didn't open my notes. That was free before. And now we go, oh, right. Now we go for after. Always like, write what I'm doing. Which makes sense. Let me also drink my coffee. It will probably, well, okay, it might not be cold with how hot it is. It's probably not even getting cold. But yeah, it was lying here for like hour and a half and I did not have a single sip until now. This is my home. Last I saw, they were going to the opposite way. It's safe here. I'll wrap you up and then you need to leave. Thank you. Don't talk and don't fidget, Silver Ash. Your wounds aren't that bad. There was some distance, and your thick clothes absorb some of the impact. But the bolt has a hooked head. It will hurt when I pull it out. I'll try to be steady. The young huntress snaps the arrow shaft and grabs the remaining part. She glances at the wounded woman, who simply nods, showing no sign of fear. The huntress takes a deep breath and slowly pulls the arrow. Even she shivers at the sensation of the hook grating against flesh. Why do people use that kind of arrows? Bolts? Arrows? Is there a reason? Like a good reason? Because it causes more harm on the way out. And the point of an arrow is to cause harm. Well, I don't know if I agree. Because in this situation, your point, at least of those, I don't know, bandits or who they were clearly going to kill her. I guess, to be fair, like, I guess they would want to cause harm if they didn't manage to kill her, which is exactly what happened. But, like, isn't that stupid? Like, nah, maybe, I guess it makes sense. And if they failed, then you want to also have to deal with the risk of infection and additional tissue damage when treating, as opposed to hunting arrow. Yeah, okay. where you just, as opposed to hunting arrow, where you just want to hit them so hard they die. No, okay, yeah, I guess it makes sense, but sounds kind of mean to even have that kind of arrow. Because it's not like a deer you shot is going to pull it out. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. It's that it's like kind of useless for hunting. Because, yeah, exactly. Deers are not gonna pull them out. And even if they were, it's like, they pulled it out. They might die, but like, it means that they already escaped you. If they have the time to start pulling it out. I mean, it's very mean to shoot people with arrow in general. No, yeah, I agree. I was just thinking, like, my logic was very much like, if it causes harm when it is being pulled out, then like, if the person you shot has a chance to pull it out, then they already escaped you. So like, you're not gonna kill them anyway. It's gonna just, but yeah, I mean, you might with the infection and stuff. It's just like the very much they go with oh yeah, I might die, but I'll take you with me, basically, kind of mentality a little bit. Because like, yeah, the bandits or whoever it was, they did kind of lost, but hey, they at least get to cause more pain, and that's good. You remove the soldier from a battlefield regardless. Yeah. Okay, no, I get it. Just mean. They shouldn't shoot people. I don't know. She does her best to keep her hand steady until the arrowhead is completely pulled out. You, finally. Thank you very much. I'm not done yet. Hang in there a little longer. She takes out the pocket of the powdered medicine, lifts the edge of Enya's dress, and wraps it skillfully on the wound before bandaging it up. You can yelp if it hurts. I won't laugh. I don't want to make you more nervous. It will only hurt more if your hands are shaking. Huh? Ah. A slender white snow white cloud beast pokes its head out of the huntress's hood, hanging into her braids with its claws and poking its wet nose around Enya's fur collar. Baby? Yeah, again, I only know her from Stronghold. I think her skill or something is using like a cloud beast or some animal, right? That just like deals damage. Or maybe it was not a skill, but Cloud Beast heal jumps on them. Yeah. Oh, I need more Stronghold protocol. I'm waiting. Also, like, stop the Stronghold. Like, I'm already determined. I might have a job at that point or something, but I probably won't. But I'm like so determined to lock onto it super hard. Because I already have caught up with the story. And so I'll use all the time I used on the story to just play more Stronghold. And I'll become the best Stronghold player. And then I'll I don't know. I don't think it's like a very useful skill to have, but I'll be really good at it, and that will be fun. I'll have fun, I'll have fun with it. Then it reaches out to sniff at the stranger's scent. Don't touch it. It doesn't like strangers. Before the huntress can finish, Enya's finger has already reached the little cloud beast's chin. Simply touching its soft fur seems to bring warmth to her heart, even in the bitter cold. Get back in, Red Cloud Beast. You call it The Rift Cloud Beast? Come to think of it, I don't know your name yet, my hero. Joanna. I don't need to know your name, Silverash. I don't think for a moment that we are friends. Why? You have been good to me. And how have you people treated me? Forget it. Nothing to do with you anyway. By you people, you mean Clan Silverash? Or any goddess? Not just him. My dad says the Silverashes has been obsessed with blaspheming Cheragandra ever since Anikodes's father was clan leader. He poured asphalt on Cheragandra's backbone and poison on Cheragandra's tail. His greed led to his downfall. Anikodes hasn't learned his lesson. He's done even more to wreck Cheragandra's peace. But his greatest sin was the hole he dug in Cheragandra's flesh. The disaster is proof that Silverash has angered Cheragandr. But Cheragandr can't stay in the snowy mountains forever. Cherak can't. Haven't industry and trade brought us better lives? Why would the kind Cheragandr punish us just because we are living better lives? Better lives? The Silverashes sit by the warm fireside, eating the best food and drinking the best wine. But who has to pay the price? Us. We do. Many beasts lived in the foot of the mountains when I was little. For 1,000 years, they lived off the land, drank from the rivers, and went back to the forest to find berries and leaves. But Galantrade's railroads divided the mountains and rivers, forcing the beasts to risk their lives crossing the railway. You even blamed them when your trains ran over them. The beasts were forced to move higher, but there isn't enough room for the large packs. They had to fight each other for space and food, and their numbers dwindled. Not to mention all the cloud beasts that are sensitive to noise. You have no idea how many died, and how I ended up taking in my Rift Cloud Beast. But the farmers and the mountaineers need the fertilizer and seeds that the trains bring, and sick people in the mountains need medicine. Where's the bountiful game that Cheragandra once gifted us then? The beasts grow fewer each year. Even water from the springs is less sweet. My family made a living hunting in the mountains for generations, following the holy teachings of Cheragandra, and we show our faith by sculpturing statues in her image. Dad, myself, and my siblings, we have always prayed to Cheragandra, always paid our respects. Why are we the ones who have to pay the price? Spooked by the sudden outbursts, the Rift Cloud Beast leaps down from the trembling Joanna and goes over to Enya. Enya bends down and lifts it up, placing it back on Joanna's shoulder. Don't move, or your wounds will reopen. This is the first time I've heard about any of that. If you want to argue, go ahead, Silverash. No, I don't. I'm different from the others. I have to stay at home most of the time, and what I know about the land today comes mostly from the accounts of others. Sometimes I go out and experience things for myself, but it's not enough. Wow, my brother sucks even more than I thought, yeah. Cheragandra will never abandon any children of Cherag. I promise. You better promise yourself that you pull through whatever's going on. What was with those bandits anyway? I know all the hunters living on the mountains. I don't recognize any of those guys. I think they came for me. For you? Do you have enemies? It's a long story. If that's the case, You'd better stay put tonight. They won't give up so easily. My dad's friend has a shop in town, and my siblings have been helping out these past few days. I'll go get some medicine from him. And get help to fight the bandits. No, I don't. Why? Are you afraid to be on your own? I'm fast and strong. I can be back by tomorrow morning if I go down the mountain now. That's not what I'm worried about. Why? The silver ashes are such a bother. If you have something to say, just say it. If you can't fight, I have no choice but to get help from town. That's the deal. Wait, I can tell you. And yeah, hurriedly gets up, tugging at the sleeve of the huntress who is about to leave, causing her own cloak to fall off. I was just reminded that I've seen like a very, very, very cute Enya figure recently. And now, I'll force you to look at it. I sent it in like this group, I think. Yeah. Wait, right, I need to download it if I want to. Well, I don't need to if I show it in Microsoft Paint. That's my favorite thing to do. I'm a professional. I can just insert it into Microsoft Paint. Look at that. Isn't that cute? I'd buy that. But I wouldn't pay for the shipping. Definitely not. But yeah, it's cute. Baby Enya, yeah. That's like pretty new as far as I know. I actually don't even know if it's like already released or if they just like announced that they will be doing this. I don't know. But yeah. This a nice figure. The Saintess? Actually, I'm sorry. Please, Your Holiness, punish me for my insolence. I don't think she wants to do that. No, I'm not going to punish you. Please, just sit down. Enya tries to stop the huntress, but she quickly takes a step back, putting more distance between herself and Enya. She turns to leave, but then seems to remember something and spins back around and posts reverentially to Enya before finally leaving the room. General Gulo, could you knock on the chamber door before barging in, Metalhorn boy? What are you doing here? I was accompanying Lady Encia for a checkup. She suffered a car accident this morning, but fortunately she's unharmed. I was told you were here too, so I thought I should pay a visit. Are you alright? Just a scratch, but... Wait, you said something happened to the young Silverash lady? Lady Encia was delivering something to Sir Enicodes when she suffered a head-on collision with another vehicle on the way to the Van Beat Court. It was fortunate that Madame Degenbrecher quickly arrived on the scene. You said she was going to the Van Beat Court too? Strange. My master received a summon from the Van Beat Court this morning, saying that it was a meeting, and it was on the way there that we were struck by falling rocks. What a coincidence. Must have been a funny little coincidence, nothing more. Nothing weird about that. Coincidences happen, you know. Did you hear anything from the Browntails? No, not yet at least. What's the matter with the Browntails? No wonder Sir Arknights was fuming when he left. Haven't seen him so angry in a long time. But this... Listen, brother. I need you to do me a favor. Can you ask Sir Enicodes to go to the Browntail Manor at once? Sir Arktosh is even more hot-headed than I am. I'm afraid he might do something impetuous. Sir Nicodes is the only one who can stop him. I see. I'll let him know immediately. I suggest you get your head checked at the hospital, Arktosh. The symptoms of a mild concoction are easy to miss. Don't try to change the subject. Answer me. Why is that only Clan Silver Ash and mine were attacked, while you Browntails sit safe and sound in your home? What did you know? Everything that I knew about what happened today came from you. More excuses. Even the servants of Silver Ash knew to show concern. And tell me that Encia suffered too. But what about you? Like you couldn't care less. Like it's nothing more than a piece of snow falling on the ground. But is this the Browntail stance? I apologize for my demeanor. All of Chirag has suffered in recent days. Ask for your understanding. Enough of this hypocrisy. We both know there has been gossip going around about the Browntail Witch. I never took it seriously. I couldn't care less what you did, as long as you did it for Chirag and Chiragander. But now? When did Chiragander teach you to stab your allies in the back, Ratatos? Watch your words, Arktosh. Do not disrespect Chiragander even if you intend to insult and provoke me. Stop dodging the question and answer. Was Clan Browntail involved in the attack on me and Encia? You're wasting your time. I've already told you multiple times. I knew nothing about it, and I expressed my sympathies. If that's your final answer, then don't accuse me of going too far. What do you mean? Don't think I'm out of Palaroches just because you took Gulo out of action. Before I went out, I told my men when to show. Clan Browntail's estates will be thoroughly searched, and I didn't want to go this far, but I'm afraid Cirrus and her children will have to bear with me a little. You dare? You made me do this, Ratatos. The door to the drawing room flies open with warning. Arktosh draws his sword immediately. Okay, just a thought, not saying like I don't, it's very, very much just a thought, nothing else. If it wasn't a coincidence and it was someone intentionally trying to like hurt the clans, and it wasn't Ratatos, which I don't think she would do that. Like she's definitely like. I just don't get a feeling that she would do that. I don't know. Maybe I'm gullible. She did some like very like stuff like when she tried to burn Enikodes. They did build a fucking burning house. But I just don't get that vibes right now. Like what? Maybe I just don't see what she would get out of it at this point or anything. We did also see the Victoria ambassador being like, hey, clearly the other clans hate you and we can't trade with you until we do something about that. I guess that is true. We did just see that. Anyways, what was I getting at? Is that the person, if it wasn't Ratatos, could have intentionally been like, oh, we'll hurt two of the clans, so they think the third clan is the one who did this. But yeah, just a thought. Not saying that's what happened. It just feels like that's something that could happen. Like with assassinating Enikodes and Arktosh help with that. Yeah, they would just have. I think they could possibly have hate each other more, even if it would be like a different leader, you know. Plus, specifically, it was trying to not assassinate any Codes, but Encia. I just now realized that all of those three siblings start with E, their names. Actually, they start with EN, as in English. That's fun. They didn't know it would be that it's Encia. Oh no, yeah, you are right, actually, yeah. Now I remember that it was like they wanted to get Anicodes, but then Chester wanted to go instead because Anicodes wasn't there, and that it turned out to be Encia. Right, yeah. Nicholas was supposed to be in the car. Also, it's because the scientific name of the leopard is Panthera uncia. Normally, Arknights fucking loves giving siblings the name starting with the starting letters of their name. Sorry, there's no leopard to be mean. To be clear. Yeah, gotcha. Well, there's not that much EN in Panthera uncia. But yeah, I mean, you told me that it's actually something that's somewhat common in China, right? That if you have siblings, you will give them similar names. Yeah. Okay, that got me like a memory, actually, which is something I find kind of funny. Like, if you just have, imagine having like, I don't know, I don't remember, but like, imagine having, for example, like 2 children and giving them the exact same name. Wouldn't that be like absurd? Wouldn't that be insane? Because I had a classmate like that. I had a classmate and she had a sister that had the exact same name as her. And I think that's crazy. that must be really like exactly. I mean, she had like 3 sisters, but one of her sisters had the exact same name, and I think it must make things so difficult. Like maybe their parents just like really liked that name, which makes sense, you know. Maybe they were like, oh shit, we named our first children that. I don't know if that was the first one. I'm just like, you know, making it out in my head. Oh shit! Like, yeah, we named our first children that. A fire name. Let's just use it again. Let's do it again. And I just, maybe they just ran out of ideas after the third name. Yeah, maybe they knew just 3 names, so they had to loop back to the first one after the final one. It's not that funny. I don't know why I find it so funny right now, but that's crazy. That must be so fucking difficult. They could, like, obviously call one of them by a nickname or something, right? Or do anything, literally, but it's just kind of funny. Fuck it, back to the top of the list, exactly. The door to the drawing room flies open without warning. Actor draws his sword immediately. The sharp-eyed brown-tail guards raise their weapons too and stand in front of Ratatos. And you're here as well. I take it if you already discussed the incidents that occurred today. I came for the same reason, and I've reached a certain conclusion. Please stand down. Seeing that Arctos has sheathed his sword, Ratatos raises a hand, and her guards hesitantly back off. Good timing, Anikodes. With the leaders of Clan Spilleroche and Silver Ash both present, we demand a throughout audit of Clan Browntail's documents and cooperation from Clan Browntail in the investigation. Sorry, Arctos, but I don't assent to the demand. What? Why would Ratatos want to get rid of us? Assassinating the heads of the other clans at this moment would only cause even more chaos. Clan Pelleroche has the most warriors, while Clan Silver Ashland Scarland trade. Ratatos could not hope to keep the situation under control if you and I both died in an accident. Meanwhile, retribution would be swift and harsh. I just now, like, what I think of. I completely forgot her name, but I think it started with M. Monch, right. Where is Monch this whole time? The last time we saw her, it was right when the catastrophe struck. And I feel like if she died, it might be mentioned at this point, but maybe it wouldn't. I mean, I know she's not playable, so it can happen. That's something that, you know, death is something that can happen to non-playable characters and Galseed. And Bagel, possibly, maybe. I still don't think that's the case, but, you know, it can. But, yeah, I kind of just expect her to pop up in, like, 2 more stages. Put Munch in the sarcophagus, yeah. It can also happen to Teresa, who is, like, somewhat playable. It's complicated. Oh, that reminds me. Well, I did actually talk about this. Tavina. I figured out I missed a bunch of secret stages. Like, I missed, like, 5. And I think that's crazy. Maybe even more, actually. No, I think it was 5. I missed the secret stages that are in chapter 8. All of them. And then the secret stage, one secret stage that's in chapter 14. But yeah, I know that because Lyra was doing chapter 14 yesterday. Like, she finished. Very cool. She finished chapter 14. But yeah, damn. Fuck me, I guess. I'm glad I did all of them in chapter 16, so I appreciate that. You know, because I wouldn't know without you how to get them. It was really funny now that I think about it, how I was trying to get the last or like 3rd secret stage, and it was just like from those quests or something. Anyways, I plan to do that. Okay, to be specific, I guess I will repeat that at the end of the stream or something. But today we obviously continue retracing our steps. Tomorrow we'll probably draw, since I do have that Viviana eating currywurst that I need to draw. And then at 4 we have a collab. We don't know actually what we'll be playing yet. I think it might be Jackbox, but I do not know. It will be at least 6 of us at this point. So that's nice. That's almost all of the goobers, just missing Olsey. Am I saying that right? Wait, no, it's 5 of us. It's 6 with Olsey. Okay, yeah, I can't do math. And like, depending on how long it takes, I might like to do something after that. But anyways, then I want to finish retracing our steps on Sunday. And then I kind of really want to play Deltarune Chapter 5, which will probably take like a stream or 2. But after that, I do want to do the secret stages. I don't think it will take that long. I think we will be able to manage that in like on one stream at least. It won't take more than like one stream to do all the secret stages, and I'm guessing it will take like that, and we'll still have time. So, and like after that, I will just resume doing side stories. But yeah, just like, you know, plan. So behind on dental room. How behind? Anyways, we have to, you can answer, but I have to also play ads right now. But yeah, I do want to play chapter 5. Yeah. Anyways, I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. I've only played the first 2 chapters. I beat both the hidden bosses, but lost my progress after wiping my computer, and I have an arm injury now, so I'm scared to try again. I see that that does make sense, yeah. Well, I do hope the arm injury gets better. I already said that at some point, but I do still hope that's the case. I think it would be nice, I guess. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. It can be kind of a, it's a bit better. Well, that's something. I guess it can be a bit difficult game to play, but it's not good. Yeah, I think you said that you started playing Arknights because of that, right? Or something, because you kind of just have to click, maybe. But I might be lying. Maybe I just misremember stuff. Maybe that would be embarrassing. Yeah, Arknights is one of the games that doesn't tax me much. Yeah, that's nice. How is actually, like, since you're playing Destiny again, how's that? Like, is that fine? Do you suffer? Anyways, while I'm being able to dodge spoilers pretty well for Deltarune Chapter 5, because it already released like 2 days ago. The pain does build up over hours of playing. I see, okay. Well, yeah. I did hear Chapter 5 is like super gay. I haven't played it yet, but I've heard it's super gay, so I think you would like it. Yeah. I did play, like, Chapter 1 and 2 genuinely probably, like, fucking 5 times. Well, I think I played Chapter 1, like, 5 times, and Chapter 2, like, maybe 3 times. But I only played Chapter 3 and 4 one time, and didn't even beat the secret bosses on those. So, yeah. My plan, basically, is to just play chapter by chapter, and then before the 7th chapter releases, which should be the final one, I plan to like play all of them again to like have a nice save, because as I said, I didn't even beat like the secret bosses for these now. So you know, when I say nice save, I mean like I'll do everything. I'll try to have like all the secret weapons and armor or whatever they give. And yeah, go to the final chapter with that. But yeah, that will probably still take ages, because it, like, we were talking about this with Lyra and Ark like 2 days ago, I think. The game is 8 years old. That's insane to me. 8 years ago, I was 18. Oh my fucking god. That was 2018. That was before COVID. So yeah, that's just interesting. That's just interesting to me. I find that interesting. Time does flow. That's pretty cool now, isn't it? Well, maybe it would be cooler if it didn't. But yeah. Am I right? Ratatos avoids any goddess's gaze, and not slightly. That doesn't explain why Arkland Brantel wasn't attacked. Maybe a coincidence, maybe a bad timing. Maybe the attackers had something planned for the Brantels too, and we just don't know about it. You won't convince me with talk of coincidences, any goddess. Who would have done such a thing if not Ratatos? Lot of people would. There's a lot of evil people. The British, yes, the British would do that. This is not a question we can solve in a short time. By the way, still didn't see their outers. Still waiting for the changing scenes. Because there will be at least 2. The people who fucking invaded, like, yeah, 6 months ago with the whole fucking army. Tried to fucking destroy your statue, and then they can wreck her just solo to them. We do get the dramatic clothing change scene here. Nature is healing. Yeah. Don't forget that there are plenty of people looking to take advantage of the chaos and take a piece of Chirac for themselves. The assassination coincided with the arrival of Victorian aid. The mastermind wants to keep us from working together. The Victorians did this. There are potential suspects, as in any foreign politician who attempts to intervene at this juncture. Therefore, I would like to maintain the status quo of our previous meeting. I will continue to handle the external affairs, including those involving Victoria. I will discover the truth for Clan Roach, for the peace of the 3 clans, and for Encia. I'll trust you one last time. Don't you dare look smack rat at us. You got lucky today. You can't think any codes and serious. If it turns out you're behind all this after all, you'll get what's coming to you. The sturdy Ursus slams the table, then turns and leaves. Thank you for calming that maniac down, Nicodes. But I'm exhausted. I'm sure you understand how tiring it is to deal with baseless accusations. If you suspect me and want to question me, there's no need for that. Trust between the 3 clans has never been more important than now. I have other urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Pardon me for not seeing you out. Encia wasn't hurt. You can't rest easy. I was the one who they were after. Obviously, the accident was very likely staged. They targeted your car without knowing who was inside. Something's not right. It's too forward. It's as though the people behind this want to make the point that they have no qualms about deploying extreme measures. They are trying to sow chaos and suspicion. The act itself is more important than the result. There's another possibility. Perhaps it's not me, Encia, or Arknights whom they are truly after. There will be trouble on the mountains. It's Encia they are after? Enya they are after? If anything happens to the Saintess at this point, it will serve to affirm all the conspiracy theories and drag Chirac further into the quagmire. That's a location in Destiny 2. In Savatun's throne word. I need you to protect Enya, the Gunbreaker. Enya set out a long time ago. I can't promise anything. You need to prepare for the worst. I believe in Enya. You believe? And you will not provide any of your basis for that belief to reassure me, like you usually do? Correct. I believe. Oh, nice. What a nice guy. Believes in his sister like that. He definitely wouldn't let her, like, leave the house without his permission. But he does believe in her. That was 3 after. So let's go to 4 before. Conjoined lives. Didn't I tell you not to bother me today? Who's... Sister, what are you doing here? Don't just stand there. Take a seat. What's the matter? Can't sleep? I thought I told you Katan to keep a close eye on you. No. She shakes her head. I told you Katan not to come with me. I wanted to talk to you, one-on-one. Ratatos never thought she would see this expression on her sister, who is usually so cheerful and straightforward. Alright, but only for a little bit. Then you go back to bed. Acting like a little girl, when you're supposed to be a mom already. I heard Arthur sound shouting in the drawing room today. Damn, so he did disturb you? I'll have his hairy head for this. No, it's not that. I heard that you were what you were arguing about. And I know how many bad things have been happening lately. Please, Rata, if you do know something, tell me. Cheragander. You should be worrying about these things right now. You shouldn't be worrying about these things right now, Sirius. You'll have plenty to worry once you take my job. There's been trouble after trouble. Even I, shut up in my room, can tell that things are getting worse. I see unhappy faces outside the window every day. Not to mention we haven't heard anything back from Monch. Yeah. I have people searching for her. I'm sure she's fine. Hey, don't forget that she's one of the finest Browntail warriors. I know. It's you. It's you I'm really worried about, Rata. I've never helped much, but there was a time when I could at least stand by your side and give you my support. But now, you're facing all this on your own. I wish you would talk to me more. There's no need to carry everything on your shoulders. Yucatan and I have your back, no matter what. You think too much. My silly little sister. Are you really in such a hurry to take over for me? That's not what I promise you, Sirius. I'll protect you, and Yucatan, and all of Clan Browntail. If it's the last thing I do. Chiragandra be my witness. Feels a bit like a death flag, but I don't know. Still don't believe me? But you've got to believe Chiragandra, right? There's no need to go that far. Alright, then promise me you're going to bed now. Tomorrow will be a better day. So, you honor me with your invitation, Madame Browntail. I take it your thinking has changed then? Cut the crap. Assassinating the members of Clan Silverash and Clan Pelleroach, driving a rift between the three clans. Is this how you intend to coerce me into working with you? I thought Victorian politicians were smarter than that. The man smiles nonchalantly. I'm not sure such a notion could have occurred to you. How such a notion could have occurred to you, Madame Browntail? Assassinating the leadership of another country on their own soil. It would be tantamount to declaration of war, if it could be proven. Are you sure you want to accuse Victoria of such crimes? Victoria would never declare war on Chirag. Yeah, you are right. That would, yeah. So this is why you people seem so smug about yourself. I'm not sure I understand your meaning. Shoves Harold under the rug? Yeah, he does deserve to be under a rug. I still, like, I've seen him in this side story just, like, once, once. It's crazy how much I liked Harold until just, like, well, the end. I loved Harold for, like, the first 6 stages of the last side story. And then he just, I hate him now. But since you have deigned to meet with me today, I'm very happy to listen. Is there anything I can help you with? Go on, act smack. Your crude little plot worked, huh? The relationships between the Pelleroaches and Browntails have broken down completely, and I've become the most suspicious one here. But he was just following orders. You can hate people who follow orders. What the fuck is Nuremberg? Hey, it's definitely a name I heard, but I actually have no idea what is Nuremberg. It sounds like a place. German city. Gotcha. Oh, the Nuremberg trials are where many Nazis were right after World War II. Gotcha, okay. I assume those Nazis were following orders. Yeah, they probably were. No, yeah. I said many times that I did hear about the story. I was just I just didn't recall the name Nuremberg or a story or like about the event. I don't know how to call it. Probably not a story. That sounds weird calling it a story, but I guess it is a story. Everything is kind of a story. Notably, where I was just on Godress was struck down as a defense in international criminal law. Yeah, gotcha. Which I completely agree with, by the way. That's a rare W for a judicial system. As for Nicodes, he just spun his tale about all three clans wanting stability to hoodwink that fool Arktosh. He knows full well that in the present state of Cherak, should the leader of any of the clan meets an accident, it would be little effort to demoralize the already disheartened people. If he learns of our meeting, he will not hesitate to join forces with the Peleroches to attack me, even if he knows full well I wouldn't promise you anything. After all, what Cherak needs right now is a culprit, one to place all the blame on. In that event, it's entirely possible that Clan Blamtail will be wiped off the map. I don't have much time left. My sympathies, madame. I'm in full agreement with your assessment of the situation. Do you intend to turn things around, then? Let's get straight to the point. Let's not get straight. Let's not do that. First, I want an absolute guarantee that you will prioritize the safety of Clan Browntail and the people of my domain, no matter what happens. Let's not work with this person. How about that? Ratatos, huh? Not talk with this guy. Of course, we have long sympathized with the ordinary folk who have become marginalized by Clan Silverash. It is one of our major goals for peaceful cooperation with Cherak. Say whatever you want. Second, all the trade policies currently in place will remain, so when Clan Browntail takes over from Karlan Trade, and Victoria must not withdraw any assistance currently offered to Cherak. Otherwise, we reserve the right to terminate our cooperation with immediate effort. Not something you want to happen. You need not worry, madame. We are more than eager to cooperate with Cherak, and would never dream of undermining this partnership. There will be much room for further cooperation once you become the sole representative of your nation. Good. Taking over Galantren isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. We need time to prepare, and the first order of business is to deal with Arktosh. I know that man, and he will come looking for trouble if he finds out Clan Browntail has been working with Victoria. In a sense, he's an even bigger problem than Nicodes. That bloody fool. Most regrettable. The decision is yours, Madame Browntail. How should we persuade Arktosh? I will contact him again for one final meeting. Oh? There's an old brown-tail manor at the foot of the mountains in the southwest, an area that is virtually uninhabited. Is it another explosive manor? Trap house, yay. They really do like architecture in this place, huh? I will send Arthur a message, telling him to meet me there tomorrow, when I will explain the truth. Where I will explain the truth. The time of the meeting is set at 7 p.m., 15 hours from now. That means this is like really early now. This is 4 in the morning? Yeah, I'm so smart. It took me only like fucking 30 minutes to figure out the time, but I made it. I hope Victoria will demonstrate its good faith. Of course, you will not be disappointed. We look forward to your persuasion of Glen Roach. What was your name again? Oh, right. The mountain wind carries the snow, battering the hay thatching roof. A few dry leaves are blown into the air, landing on the braids of the girl sitting on the rooftop. She picks out and wraps it in her fingers. The rift cloud beast pokes its head out from behind the girl's shoulders, rubbing against her red cheeks. Rift cloud beast. I'm just clearing my head. You don't have to come out and be cold with me together. The little white creature, which has endured many harsh days and nights with Joanna, right. I think Joanna is really cute. Purrs gently. I do like her design. Thanks. I don't know how to face the Saintess. Joanna good? Yeah. She's also very powerful for 5-star. That's nice. I do have her. I'm pretty sure I have her like potential 6 because yeah, I was pulling on that banner. She's a victor of Cheragander. I should laugh and honor her, but Visar, not victor. What the fuck am I saying? I never use like anyone from her subclass, but I think the subclass that have ammo that they like constantly reload, or I don't know what it's called. I think it's pretty cool. Vicar, gotcha. How could these things happen? Why must my family be punished? The girl sits quietly on the roof, rift cloud beast in her arms, until the fine snowflakes cover her hair in white. The door leading to the backyard is pushed open. The visitor has added a few shallow footprints on the snow. Enya sees 3 scattered crossbows as she walks to her left, and picks up one to examine it. It is smaller than the one that Joanna uses. Enya casts her gaze in front, and there are 3 targets standing in a short distance away, with a few bolts on them that have yet to be retrieved. They started training at such a young age. There is a name on the stock. Does it belong to her siblings? Enya's attention is drawn to a bunch of sculptures scattered haphazardly on the ground as the other end of the yard. Their visage is a familiar one. I have a bad feeling that her siblings might be dead. But maybe not. Enya approaches the largest amongst them and holds it before her. The sculptor was obviously extremely skilled. Cheragander is smiling gently upon her. This Just like the one we built at Lake Silverhand. I guess this is what they all think you look like. There are other sculptures lying by her feet, and Enya picks up one of them. This one is sleeker. The chisel marks on the face rougher, giving it a sense of harshness. Perhaps the sculptor had used too much force when sculpting the face, and chiseled off a little too much. Okay, right. It's not right, is it? Doesn't look like Cheragander at all. The face needs to be a little thinner, and the body... Will you heed the plea of your handmaid, Saintess? And yeah, please. See? It looks better than the face, when the face is rounder. She carefully puts the two sculptures in different sizes back. In this bare, unfamiliar backyard, Enya puts her hands together and prays towards the statue of Cheragander, as the elders of Vine Beat Court often do. She does not make any wish. She only hopes for a miracle. The sun has set, but the huntress still sits in the yard. He hurriedly gets up to bow when she sees Enya, but the latter lays a hand on her shoulder. Saintess, no need for formalities. It's just us two. I would prefer if you could just call me Enya. As you wish. After greeting Enya, the girl looks aside and falls quiet again. There were a lot of Cheragander sculptures in the backyard. Did you and your family make them yourselves? Nods in silence. They look a little different. Is it because people interpret the image of Cheragander depicted in the old books differently? My dad made the ones that look like her. I made the ones that don't. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask, why did you make all those sculptures? My family is a branch of Clan Peleroach that went into the mountains on Cheragander's orders. We have been hunters ever since. We believe that all lives in the mountains share Cheragander's soul, and we are all part of the eternal cycle of life within her. In gratitude for the blessings of Cheragander, every member of our family must learn to sculpt the image of Cheragander once we are old enough to hunt alone. We also make leather jackets, bone sculptures, and accessories with her mark. Ye blessed hunter. Are the whispers of the wind and the grass not her hymns? Are the creatures that walk and fly not she embodied? The cycle of life and death is the cycle of water and ice. There's neither beginning nor end. Speak of Cheragander's wisdom and love, and listen. Rely on the signs and omens, rely not on signs and omens, but seek upon snow-covered peaks, and become one with her. Yes, this part feels different from the other parts of Cheragander. Always get stuck here. The details of the scriptures are not what matters the most. What's important is to be constantly mindful that Cheragander watches and listens to our words and deeds. You may not remember the complicated verses, but you're living, hunting, and sculpting in accordance with her teachings. Even as the saintess, I may never have truly understood the meaning of this passage, if I hadn't met you. You're one of the most pious faithful I've ever met. Cheragander will protect your family. Really? Yes, I'm her chosen saintess. After all, she will appear when we need her most, no matter what hardships we face. Sob. Hello, Kawaii Eve. Hope you're having a good day. Tears roll down the young cheeks of the huntress, who always puts on a strong front, falling and melting the snow by their feet. Enya, yeah, it is Enya. Joanna, what's the matter? Can you tell me? I... Enya takes Joanna's trembling hands in hers. When I first learned to hunt, I was bitten by an infected beast, and I got oripathy. That sucks. Isn't she the cutest? She is. Also, by the way, do I still have this open? I do. By the way, look at this. Isn't this the cutest? Don't you just want to buy this? I wish I was sponsored, because I sound like I am. Yeah, exactly. I feel the same. I also need it. Would be nice if, I don't know, they sold like Arknights figures at the local corners. But no, they don't. At least I didn't see any. But yeah, unfortunately, the shipping for these is like the same price as the product itself. And then you need to pay like fucking 25% to your government to let it fucking cross borders. So I don't think I'll be getting it. I need to go to Japan and get her myself. Well, okay, I don't know. I don't know if going to Japan would be probably a bit more expensive than paying for the shipping. Just saying. But you know, if you plan to go there anyways, then it is a good call. Fuck my government. Yeah, I can agree with that sentiment. At least you get to see Japan, I guess, if you're interested in that. Anyways, Joanna has oripathy, Sage. Well, you can come to Rose Island. Dad hunted every day and made those sculptures after coming back from the hunt, so that he could sell them in town to buy medicine for me. And he did it for years. And what will you do while waiting for Enya to arrive in your bedroom? What do you mean? I would probably just play Arknights. A few days ago, Dad's friend told me he was at the station the day the catastrophe happened. I see. That's sad. If I didn't... Sob. Joanna. Why, Cheragander? The grieving girl drops to the ground, curled up in a fetal position. It's better to wait for her in sorrow and agony, if you say so. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to do that, but hey, we have like I see. Okay. You do you, you know. Enya kneels by her side, trying to find words of consolation, but for all the scriptures she has memorized, none have an answer. After a brief hesitation, she begins patting the girl's back. I go lurk now, crowd doesn't break. Alright, have a good rest of your day. You have a good grind. Enjoy grind. There is a lump in her throat. If even Eternal Cheragander can fall silent, what could her saintess possibly do? Are you listening, Char? Sitting by the window, the rift cloud beast suddenly grows with as much volume as it can muster. The darts back into Joanna's hood, and darts back into Joanna's hood. Joanna sniffles and wipes her tears with her palms. Someone's coming. I'll get the door. Young lady, how do I get to the nearest town? Are you lost? Do you see— oh no. Do you see those lights? Follow the trail down the mountain, and follow the lights wherever you come to a crossroad. It's getting dark, and my eyesight is poor. This person is here to assassinate, and yeah, I'm like pretty confident. Maybe I'm way too suspicious of people. I'll walk with you. No, I can't leave right now. You could spend the night here, and head down once the sun rises. No, I shouldn't trouble you. I'll find a path down the mountain. Okay, maybe not. What is it? It's an old man who got lost. You're quite far from town. Do people pass by here often? No, my family are the only ones who live here. We don't see many passerby. In fact, you were the first. Look out! Okay. Well. Definitely doesn't have anything to do with that old man, right? It must be a coincidence. So we go for after. Back already, Gulo? You still have the gauze on your head. I told you to think before you act. You get back to the hospital right now and stay in bed. Master, I heard that you're going to meet with Ratatos again at the Browntail's invitation. You can't go. What do you think what? Do you think I'm afraid of her? That witch says she's going to tell me the truth. Are you sure you're not called Gulo? Like Gulable? That's not how you say it, but but it was a good joke, I know. I'm eager to see what she spews from that mouth of hers. But Master, the meeting is on Browntail turf. This is clearly a trap. You think I don't know? A Palaroach never runs from a fight. Just because it's her turf doesn't mean a Palaroach is helpless there. You know what? Seeing that gauze on your head is making me doubly mad. I don't care how mad you are, Master. I'm sitting right here on the door and not budging an inch until you change your mind. And what does any of that have to do with you? It's my own fault. I got hurt and couldn't protect you. All I can do is stop you from putting yourself in danger. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at those bloody Browntails. Don't worry, I'll settle the score for you. I'll show them nobody messes with Clan Palaroach. Get out of the way, brother. Master. Warriors, take General Gulo back to his room. Several warriors help Gulo up and help him walk back to his room. I'm not afraid of them, but I won't let go unprepared. Be fine. Prepare a few more cars, boys. Dinner is ready, Madame Cyrus. What about the matriarch? Will she not join us? Matriarch Ratatos just left. She says not to worry about her. I remember the matriarch saying she had a meeting with Clan Peleroach today, but it's so early. Did she go alone? We're not sure. Something doesn't feel right, Yucatan. Go after her. Alright. One moment, please. Madame Cyrus and Master Yucatan. What is it this time? The matriarch left orders before she left. We are not to allow the two of you to leave home tonight. Why does the fucking clan leaders or whatever just really don't like anyone leaving their houses without permission, huh? Under any circumstances. Saintes, get down. Drat, who are these people? How dare they attempt to murder the Saintes on Cherak soil? Maybe they are not from Cherak. They are dangerous. Don't worry, Saintes. I'll protect you with my life. They won't get in so easily. Don't underestimate the hunters of Cherak. You better do, Joanna? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you will manage. Unless, well, we still know that Enya is getting an altar in this event. Maybe she dies and then is revived in a new outfit. No, yeah, I don't think that's happening. The young huntress locks and loads her heavy crossbow, barely taking any time to aim at it through the broken window before pulling the trigger. No, thank you. It is immediately followed by multiple screams. Hit. Careful. There are a lot of them. Maybe Goddess possess her, but it's unlikely to. I'm wondering to see how she gets her new outfit. Maybe it's just her after she returns from the pilgrimage. We can't just stay here. We need to get out. What do we do? Calm down. Listen to me. Lying prone in the snow, the attackers gesture to those behind them to remain hidden. They learned their lesson the hard way. They slowly close on the house, on a guard against the crossbow bolts that can be fired from the window at any time with uncanny accuracy. They could see a shadow moving behind the curtain, and the edges of a curtain sway. The attacker raises his crossbow. The poisoned bolt strikes the figure behind the curtain. He hears the sounds of the body hitting the floor, then silence. Hit. Not sure if she's down. Units 2, 3, and 4. Hold position. Unit 1, with me. Approach with care. The intel says there are 2 of them. Several figures sneak up to the house, breaking in once they have determined to no sound coming from inside. What? It's a wooden sculpture? A sculpture of Cheragandra lies on the ground, crossbow bolts sticking out of its head. Well, you killed the fucking sculpture, isn't that kinda mean? The Assyrians did not notice the delicate sound of machinery operating as they entered the room. They hear the ringing of a bell, while their arms and legs go weak. 5 loaded crossbows and a massive net takes aim at the invaders. They fell for it, just like you said. You better repent for damaging the sculpture of Cheragander. Now, run. Alpha, report. The fellow Roche convoy has cleared the third checkpoint. Confirm target position. Backseat of the lead car. Shall we engage? Affirmative. Wait, there's change in the situation. The target stopped moving. No direct line of sight. I can't see what's going on. Parental warriors? What are they doing here? Stand by. I'm calling number 1. They are calling piss. Interesting. What is the meaning of this? I'm really funny. Your matriarch told us to come to meet her, then sent you to stop us. The location of the meeting is just ahead, Sir Arknights. This will take only a minute of your time. Please, allow us to search your vehicles, in the interests of safety. What a joke. You're afraid of a handful of boys when you people picked the location? You people are cowards. The orders came from Major Arknights. We request your cooperation. Do what you want. I've got nothing to hide. No issues. You may proceed now, Sir Arknights. Not so fast. You searched us. Now we search you. Search every nook and cranny from here to the Bramtel Manor, the road and everything around it. You'll find anybody suspicious, take them in. Yes, sir. Maybe any Victorians? Any suspicious Victorians? Report on the target's location. Alpha. Come in, Alpha. Alpha, can you hear me? Report. What's going on? Command, the target car has entered our surveillance zone and is approaching the final point of action. Should we move? When did he... Is there any movement from the target? No, the target hasn't exited the vehicle. I can't see inside from here. Stand by. Engage when we have visual on the target. Bravo reporting. I'm pretty sure that... Ratatos actually intentionally sent like it sounded like the Browntail guards or whatever they were. Like they said they were sent directly by Ratatos, but they clearly weren't part of the Victorian plan, of the plan that the Victorians knew about. So I think she isn't actually siding with the Victorians. She's just like kind of scheming, you know? That's what she does. Bravo reporting. We have visual on what we believe to be an armed Chirac patrol. She does love to scheme, yeah. Have you identified them? Unclear. Possibly Pelleroach guards. Kali reporting. We have spotted Chirac warriors too. They are searching nearby buildings. Our position may be compromised. Should we make a move now? Negative. Stand by. We have been compromised. Engaging. They found us. We've been exposed. Repeat, we've been exposed. Permission for final action. Bloody hell. Affirmative. Hello, Maple. Hope you're having a good day. The north winds blow over the mountain road. The task beast hides among the rock he bites. Oh, that sounds like a song. I'm poor now. 0 OP. Well, good luck. Were you pulling, or what did you spend on? Take your bow, swing it low. Bad a little wood window. Skins gotcha. Hit. The forest is the domain of the hunter. The young huntress takes Enya into the forests, the mysterious assailants in a hot pursuit. Their numbers are soon thinned by crossbow bolts that seem to come out of nowhere. There is at least one more. Where are you? The huntress knows that her last shot has revealed her position, while the enemy has withdrawn into the shadows. He hides behind a large tree, zeroing in on one little sound. Lock, load, loose. Missed? The young huntress is pushed to the ground as her shot misses. The attacker picks up a bolt from the ground and aims it at her throat. But he never gets a chance to bring his raised hand down. It is frozen. A blurred silhouette appears from above the assailant, bringing the weight of 1,000 mountains down upon his head. The ground trembles, and the snow on the tree branches is scattered. Degenbrecher? Let's go. Degenbrecher catches the bolt flying towards her with one hand. Isn't she cool? Isn't she just like really cool? She can catch a fucking bolt. That's like pretty cool, I think. Who are you? What do you want with the Saintess? Stop, Jana. Degenbrecher is a friend. Degenbrecher? Jana hesitantly removes the bolts from her crossbow as she looks up and down at Degenbrecher. I've heard your name before. They say you're a strong warrior. But I've never seen a man beaten into permafrost like that. What are you doing here, Degenbrecher? Eniko has sent me. I apologize, but now is not the time to stick to the rules. How did you know I was in danger? This is not the only attack in recent days. There were attempts on the lives of the members of Clan Silverash and Peleroach. Soon after you left Divine Beat Court, the three clans are on the brink of civil war. How could this be? These people. Only now do the trio have time to take a long look at the assailants. Late assailants, more precisely. Yeah, they were late. If they were here any earlier, maybe Degenbrecher wouldn't get here on time, you know? So they were very late. Yep. They are wearing Peleroach armor, and they are carrying standard issues Chirac weapons. Clan Peleroach? That's impossible. Clan Peleroach has always been loyal. They would never think of murdering the Saintess. But there has to be an explanation for these people. Yeah, maybe they just got their, like, uniforms to confuse you, you know? Because they are clearly trying to, like, make you turn on each other, the clans. They must be in disguise. Someone is trying to frame the Peleroaches. Let me see. There must be some gap in the disguise. Yes, look at this bolt. These people thought they could fool us wearing Peleroach clothes, but they got a very important thing wrong. Look, the bolts that they are carrying are two-fletched, but the ones used by Peleroach warriors are three-fletched, which are more suitable for battle than hunting. That taught me that our family was the best, most loyal warriors of the Peleroach before we split from the clan. Our shooting skills were passed down from our ancestors, who used them in war, mostly against the Silver Ashes. a logical explanation. All ancient history now. The wars between the three clans, Belaroge, Bramtails, and Silver Ash, have long since come to an end, and your family became hunters under Cheragander's kind guidance. Alright, well, we'll take another short little break. And yeah, then we'll continue. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hi. Ooh. Hi. Yes, back Chiragander. It's not hard to guess who's impersonating Clan Peleroge. The Victorians. The gunbreaker pulls a bolt from one of the Victorians' necks and examines it. Did you make this yourself? Yes, my dad taught me when I was little. The craftsmanship has been passed down my family from one generation to the next. From one generation to the next. The cut of the fletching, the shape of the point, even the etching on the shaft. These are all unique to Ursus. How's that possible? That said, it's a mark of Cheragander's faithful... Cheragander's faithful? I've seen arrows like these in arenas in Casimir's many times. Used by those who claim to master the most authentic Eurosign martial arts. A gimmick, no doubt. But the GCC also sponsors legitimate historians. I've read their papers and seen the artifacts they dig up. But we are all indigenous to Cherak. We used to be part of Clan Peleroge. What does Ursus have to do with Cherak? Enya? Some brought flags, some brought drums, and some brought swords. The three outsiders fight constantly, and their blood turned the rivers red, and she grieved. She went to the place of battle and said, "Beat your weapons, and let your hearts be joined, and I will bestow upon you the blessings of prosperity, and protect you from ill." But the three were foolish, and continued to fight even after they heard her words. So she cracked the heavens, and split the clouds, and she brought forth a miracle, and the fighting was stopped. One of them wept, but how could we forget the hatred? The blood that was shed. And she wept as well, and her tears froze the enemy, becoming 3 eternally frozen peaks. What was that? A passage from Cheragander that is often overlooked. Now, I think I understand. Jana, I believe that your family, indeed, all of Clan Peleroge originally came from Ursus. You think so too? Yes, but it's not just you. The Silver Ashes and Brown Dells came from elsewhere as well. As the scriptures say, only 3 clans were outsiders. Our 3 clans were outsiders who fought incessantly over resources until Cheragander intertwined. The 3 frozen peaks seem to refer literally to the 3 mountains surrounding Cherag, but it in fact refers to the domains of the 3 clans, which she had demarcated. She will come again, if the swords are not laid down. Several years ago, she manifested through me, averting what would have been the first civil war between the 3 clans in centuries. The hearts of the 3 clans must be joined in order to receive her protection. The first virtue that Cheragander taught us was forgiveness. Really now? We got them, Master. The tall guard brings over several prisoners, bound with ropes. These guys were hiding in some abandoned houses, clearly up to no good. They had binoculars and communicator equipment on them. Victorians by the look of it. Ha, just as I thought. Ratatos is plotting with the Victorians to kill me. We'll take these men to her. No, We'll do it in front of the Van Beat court, with all 3 clans present, and we'll see what she has to say for herself. Who's there? We got the remaining Victorian spies, Sir Arktosh. We are glad to see that you are unharmed. What? What do you mean? Matriarch Kratatos' orders were to protect you, Sir Arktosh. We had been following you, and stopped these men when they attempted to make a move against you. The warriors put their bound prisoners down. What in the name of Cheragander? Where is Ratatos? We do not know. She said she would try to draw out the spies that Victoria has deployed around here. When they reveal themselves, we can... Explosive house? Oh my fucking god, it is an explosive house. The old Browntail Manor explodes, its walls torn apart like cardboard. Glass and wood fragments fly in all directions, as flames consume the traces of once sumptuous history. The boiling smoke distorts the night air. The Palaroach warriors stand transfixed, eyes wide. Behind the brown car, some warriors caught by the blast now stagger, and they try to help each other up. The echoes of the explosions gradually disperse, leaving the crackle of wood and distant sirens ever clearer in the night. A charred jacket drifts down in front of Arktosh. This is... Ratatos? What the heck have you done? All of her plans include her dying in a fucking trapped house that she trapped herself. Isn't that crazy? That's like what she does all the time. Okay, not all the time. But, you know, if I had a nickel for every time Ratatos tried to fucking trap herself in a house, I'd have 2 nickels. When all you have is a hammer. Then what? I don't know, that one. Then you... Oh, then everything looks like a nail, right? That's the original. Everything looks like a materials for an exploding trap house. Okay, sure. It's just really funny. Like, I don't think... Maybe she died. I think she did have some death flags. For sure. I just find it funny. That's... It's not funny if she died, you know? But no, it kinda is. That this is just the 2nd time she does this. Isn't that crazy? Like, how about you get a different way to solve problems than just, like, sacrificing yourself? That was for after, or for before. And this time Dragon Breaker was busy, so I actually managed to die. Haha, victory from Browntail. Exactly. And Browntails win. Yeah, that was after. A pilgrimage, a knell. ST2, need my notes obviously. A layer of snow has formed into a withered branch. The rift cloud beast climbs to the tip, squinting in an impression of scouting. The saintess sighs, turning around to look behind her. The huntress follows her pauses, her face slightly red from the wind. Joanna, you don't need to follow me. I'm very grateful for all that you have done. As I told you, though, the pilgrimage must be completed alone. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't even be talking to you. I know. I'm not following you. I'm not your guard or your servant. I just happen to be traveling in the same direction. What a coincidence. Don't worry, I won't talk to you. If anyone sees us, I pretend I don't know you. I won't let danger strike you again. I'll just follow behind. I mean, honestly, I think it's fair. Like, I feel like with the other priestesses that went on a pilgrimage, I know, like, apparently many of them died. I think if they died, it was, well, to just nature. I don't think they were assassins after them. So I think it's fair to maybe have, like, a little exception. Do you know where I'm going? Wherever you're going, I'm going. That's all I need to know. But I'm looking for Chiragander. What? Looking for her. Did she disappear? Yeah. I don't know, but disaster will strike Chirag again if she doesn't return. People will lose their lives, and even more will lose their faith. Must return to the Vanbeat Court and consult the tomes. The others must not know, for now. Then I'll follow you. Don't worry, if anyone is on your tail, I'll chase them away for you. Her? I think the Rift Cloud Beast just saw something. In the direction that the Rift Cloud Beast is looking, the trail of the Vanbeat Court is filled with people dressed in solemn colors. Looks like someone very important just passed away. Who could it be? Enya shakes her head. She cannot help but feel a shiver down her spine, thick through her clothes are. Are you alright, Enya? We'll go slowly, around the crowd. Where is Dagonbreaker? Did she just leave? Dark clouds hang low, almost touching the temple's eaves. It is a cold day, even by Chirag standards, and the north wind seems to penetrate the eyes and spines of the mourners. Family members and clerics gather in the courtyard with heads bowed. The people of the Browntail domain have gathered outside to honor and grieve their matriarch who protected Chirag with her life. Oh, so she is dead. Oh, shit. That sucks. Snow falls upon the black umbrellas. One of the Browntail nobles gives the one in his hand a little shake, and sighs as the snow pours down. So the matriarch's body. They never found it. The fire was too big. They turned over every inch of... Okay. Is she dead then? Is she really dead then? If they didn't find the body... I feel like she might very much be alive. The fire was too big. They turned over every inch of whatever was left, but found nothing. I heard they had to put her usual attire in the coffin, along with some ashes gathered from the scene. Nothing more. How sad, to think one as bright as the matriarch would. Madame Cyrus. I apologize, I spoke out of turn. Cyrus does not answer. She walks to the center of the courtyard, waiting for her sister, who had been by her side for as long as she could remember. Chimes tremble to the melody of the flutes. The clerics put their hands together and chant Chiragandra's hymn, and the people place their hands upon their hearts in prayer to the song. Chiragandra, have mercy. Take her with you. 6 members of the clan Browntail's main branch carry a heavy Nanmu wood coffin up the muddy road. Yucatan is the head of the procession. Nanmu is like a type of wood, I'm guessing? They carefully lay the coffin down on a table in front of the new Browntail matriarch. Yucatan walks to his wife, the grief on his face contrasting with Sirius's calm expression. Yucatan. Russ, Thank you. The hymn draws to a close. All is quiet, and all eyes fall on Sirius. For the first time, she understands the mask that Ratatos was forced to wear, the weight of responsibility, which crushes those unworthy of it. Give me a sec. Okay. That was very important. Thank you for being here to honor the memory of Ratatos Browntail. She was my sister, staunch guardian of Clan Browntail, and faithful child of Cheragander. Her wisdom gave her courage. She told me that she would protect me and everything here, and she always believed in a better tomorrow for Cherag, even in the most troubling times. All her life, she carried out the task that our grandfather entrusted to her, giving everything to Clan Browntail, even in her final moments. I have lost someone very dear to me. It is only today that I realize the weight of the burden that she carried, but I will never have the chance to tell her. I know you will remember her face, her voice, her sacrifice, and her deep love for Cherag, for Clan Browntail, and for her family. And you will remember, as I do, who once took her from us, leaving behind wounds that can never fully heal. A life so short and bright as dawn shall walk with her in eternity. Back Cheragander, answer the crowd, following Cyrus. Lead as they kneel and pay respect to the departed. Even in times like these, when all is swept up in calamity, Cheragander will continue to bring peace and tranquility to the people of Cherag. Two figures emerge from the crowd as those in attendance stand back up. It is Arknights and Matterhorn, approaching the coffin with white flowers in hand. My condolences, Cyrus. Ratatos died because of me. I'll never forget it. Thank you, Arknights. This is a painful lesson for both our clans, to recognize who our true enemies are. Matriarch Cyrus. Sir Anicodes expresses his regrets for not being able to attend the funeral, and sends his apologies and condolences. He will pay a visit to Browntail Manor personally when the time is right. Please take care, Matriarch Cyrus. He's so busy he can't even come to a funeral. Thank you. I understand. Clan Browntail recognizes the work that Anicodes has done for Cherag. Let us continue the ceremony. I believe we have matters to discuss. The crowd departs. The empty coffin is buried on Browntail land, next to the grandfather who loved her so dearly. With lips pressed together, Cyrus looks to the two men before her. Both look slightly angry. I'm simply reiterating the decision of the last Clan Council, Sir Arknights. All external affairs shall be handled by Sir Anicodes and Clan Silverash, including matters associated with Victoria. Is this why you had the nerve to demand the Victorian spies? The murder of the Browntail matriarch is no small affair. I won't allow the Silverashes to interrogate them on your own. Master Metalhorn, it was the matriarch of Clan Browntail who was assassinated. I believe Clan Browntails should have full authority on this matter. Ratatos, like, if I'd blow myself up and blame... If I blow myself up and blame the Victorians, then I will solve the Civil War? Yeah. I'm still, like... I'm still wondering if she's dead. Like, I don't know. It seems like if they don't find a body, it's like, if there's no body... I mean, obviously, that it does happen, right? Sometimes person die and there's no body. But, I mean, this was very much planned. Like, we kinda know that she planned it. It just depends if she planned it so she dies, or if she planned it to make it look like she died. We know that she likes planned that kill her in a fucking house. We've already done one of those. But yeah. For that one, it was, like, important that there's someone in the house to basically, like, keep Anicodes there, right? While with this plan, no one was inside. The trap house suicide bombs will continue until morale improves. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next Cherak story, where this just happens again. Master Matterhorn, it was the matriarch of Clan Browntails who was assassinated. I believe Clan Browntail should have full authority on this matter. Is Anicodes not pleased with this arrangement? Of course not. However, it is a matter of principle to defer to the tradition of the Tri-Clan Council. There is formal and rational justification for allowing Clan Silver Ash to handle the spies. We have deferred to Silver Ash enough already, Metalhorn. You people have given us nothing but excuses when it comes to negotiating with the Victorians. And now these people have conducted the terror attacks in broad daylight. How about we invite Anicodes to explain his attitude towards the Victorians and what he's planning to Cyrus's face, and then we can talk about the spies. Kindly refrain from baseless speculation, Sir Arctos. I have already shown considerable restraint. You and Matriarch Ratatos were not the only ones to be attacked. Lady Ancia also narrowly escaped with her life. I would like to nothing more than to get my hands on the assassins personally. Well, if that's true, then this will be easy enough. We'll put the Victorians on trial in front of Old Cherak, and then we can let Browntail have their way with them. Let Altera know that Cherak shows no mercy to our enemies. Too reckless. We already interrogated them. They were awfully tight-lipped. I doubt the public trial will achieve anything. Instead, I'm worried they may see that as an opportunity to get the rise out of the people. It's not a risk we can take, with all the unrest in Cherak right now. If they have the guts to do so, just cut their tongues out. We should have dragged them out and spilled their blood for Ratatos at the funeral. Arctos, no one wants vengeance for my sister more than I do, but we can get carried away while there is still no hope of actually coaxing some information from them. Matriarch Cyrus is right. This is matter for... Please, excuse the interruption. Cleric from the Van Beat Court has something to discuss. Last envoy from the Van Beat Court almost got Arctos and Ancia killed. How do I know you are who you How do I know you are who you say you are? There's no need to be concerned. Sir Arctos knows me. He's right. He's Father Frey from the Van Beat Court. Alright then, what is you want to say, Father? I'm here for the Victorian spies. Huh? The position of the Vanbeat Court is that this is an extremely delicate issue. There will be considerable criticism and unrest, no matter which of the three clans takes charge. Therefore, the spy should be placed in the custody of the court. We shall arrange interrogations, in which you will be informed and in which you will have opportunity to participate. I object. Why delay things when we are going to kill them anyway? The Vanbeat Court can't do this. The Tri-Cloud Council has already decided that Clan Silverash will handle Victorian affairs. I need to remind you that the Tri-Clan Council has agreed to return temporal power to the court. The Saintess is on her pilgrimage right now. The Vanbeat Court cannot decide on her behalf. It is interesting that you would mention the Saintess now, when Sir Anicodes has always been at odds with us. Okcherak knows that the Saintess and the Vanbeat Court have always been of one mind. The scriptures speak as the testament to this. The Vanbeat Court has often acted on behalf of the Saintess in her absence. Tell Sir Anicodes he should not presume to take all the power for himself. Father. Calm down, Metalhorn. Clan Browntail accedes to the request. You can send your people tomorrow, Father, and we can hand the spies over to the Vanbeat Court. Serious? I know your concerns, but it's more important than ever to put aside the conflicts between the three clans. It would be great to have the Vanbeat Court mediate. Thank you for your wisdom, Matriarch. The Vanbeat Court's praise for Clan Browntail. Bagcheragander. Cyrus bows to the Vanbeat Court envoy. It is past noon, and the funeral procession begins to disperse. A man sitting in a car parked a little bit away witnesses the scene, then throws the curtain over the window. Looks like someone is getting impatient. There has been a lot of movement in the Vanbeat Court ever since the Saintess's departure. I was surprised that Ratatos was willing to go this far, using herself as bait to draw out the Victorian spies. An impressive performance that brought the actions of Victoria into the daylight. And if the Victorians are trying to investigate a war between her and the other clans, this is also the most effective way to cleanse any suspicion from Clan Browntail. But it is not enough. We must make good use of the valuable time that Ratatos brought us. Why didn't you show up at her funeral? I wanted to avoid direct conflict with the other clan leaders, especially in public. And how's Enya? Her injuries were minor. All the Victorian assassins are dead. Enya says she had a plan to carry out in secret. She told me to come back once we cleaned up. All the people know is that the Saintess is currently on her pilgrimage. All the Victorians know is that their assassination attempt failed. You have wiped out all the traces from the mountains. And it's certainly true that the presence of the legendary Black Knight would not be conducive to secrecy. That is what I thought as well. Not a bad plan. I also need people I can trust by my side for what is to come. Our real troubles have only just begun. Anicodes takes out an envelope and hands it to the Gunbreaker. Inside is a thick stack of agreements and a letter written in Victorian. Read it. A letter? From whom? You could call it a letter. Or a declaration of war. Yay! Yeah, they would never declare a war on Cherak. Victoria would never do that. To the chairman of Arknights, the son of my kinswoman Elizabeth, dear Nicodemus Silver Ash, I hope this letter finds you well. It has been more than a decade since we met at that banquet. Oh, okay. Perhaps you recalled our conversation as I did, when you heard about recent events in Victoria. You foretold the conflicts that I was personally involved in. And you have earned the rights to sit at the table with Victoria as equals. But do not forget that every step you have taken is on a path that Victoria wants to see taken. One which she has paved for us. Victoria's position remains the same after the catastrophe. We support Cherak's development and respect Cherak's fate. And I believe that Clan Silver Ash and Cherak have never needed more help than now. I will offer that help. Based on the current partnership with Arknights, I will accept the following proposal. Special office jointly created, funded and managed by both sides, establishing a foundation with its location in the city center. Victoria will double down on existing investments in the form of equipment and interest-free loans, and share more industrial technology to support the future development of Cherak. All Cherak needs to do is open its door to Victorian mining efforts, including but not limited to Originium, repaying the loans in kind. Arknights will not need to provide any cash. After all, there are many places where it can be put to good use. Considering present circumstances in Cherak, I believe this to be a fair sign of good faith. The associated contracts have already been drafted and enclosed, ready for your review and signature. I will be happy to meet with you, should you wish to discuss the details. I look forward to the links that the caster bloodline can build between us. And I'm curious to see what Cherak has become, whether Cherak has become what you wanted it to be. Well, neat. Oh, I hate Caster. Okay, 5 before. A lonely winter's night. Rhinelab Observation Station, Cherak, December 7th, 1101, 33 hours before the Cherak catastrophe. Instruments check. Terminal battery check. Pen and paper check. Coffee check. It's all-nighter time. You look so happy. Whoa! A rustling sound coming from a corner gives Elena a fright. Only then does she realize that she is not the only person in the observation room. A human figure crawls out of the pile of waste paper by the instruments. Oh, it's you, Elena. I thought some great scientist was pulling an all-nighter in an effort to win the Max Prize. Carolyn? You remember me? Of course I remember. The rising star of the energy section. The youngest researcher ever to join our ranks. I'm flattered. I thought you had already left. The schedule said I was supposed to be the one on observation duty today. Like the schedules ever meant anything. I wouldn't have been sleeping here for 2 straight weeks if I did. No wonder I've hardly seen you ever since I came to the station. Must be tough. How does it feel to be back? You mean... coming back to Round Lab? You are the first person I thought of when they started recruiting for the observation station project. But I thought you would turn it down. Honestly, it wasn't an easy decision. At the end of the day, though, the company gave me a valuable opportunity. Besides, the achievements of the Rhine Lab itself have never been in question. I still think my time at Rhine Lab was the closest I have ever been to achieving my dreams. I have to admit, even Ferdinand was a great researcher, if nothing else. Indeed, he has a mind for physics, and let him do what he does best. You know, he stopped messing with other researchers since he got out of prison. I think they are going to be a new director of energy before long. Maybe she start standing in front of me now. I think there's... yeah. No. You've got to be kidding me. I just wanted to get closer look. Lena looks up and sees the sky obscured by snow through the observation's clear dome. She hates this feeling. Just like she hates her family's backwards tradition and belief. All the things in her way that have nothing to do with science itself. Fun fact, one of the lore books in Enfield mentions Ferdinand's physics. Ferdinandian physics. Looks like he did revolutionize physics like he said he would in Lone Trail. That's pretty cool. That's really interesting. He believes that science should be pure, ever advancing, solving questions about Terra one at a time. The observation station is all valuable opportunity. Is an invaluable opportunity. I'm so good at reading. I only want to focus on my research, maybe push a little further than the boundaries of existing knowledge, if I can. Boundaries, huh? This is the closest place there is. Say, have you heard the legend of Chirag? Legend? What legend? This land has not suffered a catastrophe for 1,000 years, thanks to the protection of their god. Well, every country once attributed unusual phenomena to their gods. Chirag just held into the tradition longer because of its isolation. Yet, it is indeed true that Chirag has not suffered catastrophe for 1,000 years. It's certainly unusual, but there must be a reason. Maybe the high elevation makes it difficult for original particles to converge, or... a Ferranmut? Huh? Come on, I'm being serious. No, there are legends about the Ferranmuts, ancient beings the size of mountains, that turn into mountains and rivers after death. First off, there are no confirmed accounts providing the existence of Ferranmuts. Really? I would think they would be. Like with everything that's happening in Yan, especially. And I guess actually in just second arc as well. The stuff happened. Oh, okay, yeah. Good explanation. The stuff happening in Yan is happening in 1100 too. Okay, yeah, right. That makes sense. Besides, if these beings did exist, where did they find the energy to sustain their biological activities? But also surely does mention that phenomotology is well-established science during Invitation to Vine, so it seems it's just again refusing to tell everyone. Okay. I was thinking that even if that does happen, they did like... I mean... just the fact that they have sewer regulators, that must mean they know about the sewer, right? And that looked like it was established. Maybe they didn't get the connection between that and Ferranmuts for a while, but I what you say does make sense, obviously. That seems like to be the case. Because yeah. That's a good explanation, yeah. Why bring this up anyway? Just something that occurred to me while I was chattering. While we were chatting. Well, that's enough gabbing. You can rest. I'll take over observation for the night. Really? But you've done a bunch of night shifts in a row. It's not like my circadian rhythm can get any more messed up. And chatting with you woke me up. If I recall correctly, there are still more bugs to iron out with the power supply to the high-energy particle beam. Well, you know about that? Get some rest and put that brain of yours to better use. Well, I guess I'll take you up on that offer. Thank you so much. I'll buy you some fins and chips from the Victorian restaurants that just open at the foot of the mountain when you have time. Please don't. No Victorian wants to have to enjoy untending Victorian cuisine in a foreign land. Crack cheese fondue, then? That sounds great. Okay, now I think we'll find out what Carolyn did, you know, since she clearly knew about the catastrophe and she also tried to hide it. It is another deep and quiet night in Chirac. The ancient land slumbers, and lamps give way to stars. The sleeping snowy mountains may seem wondrous to the uninitiated, though most who live on this land have gotten used to this sight. If you look up at the sky on a night like this... Huh? What's that? Both her eyes and her instruments capture a strange light that cut across the night sky, like a sign from the heavens. Interesting. It appears that Carolyn was an accomplished, intelligent young researcher with a bright future. This project is very important to both Round Lab and Columbia. The recruiting process was extremely selective. We have yet to find any irregularities in her record and communication logs. She was originally from Victoria. I am unable to provide any private information that would be a violation of Round Lab's privacy policy and basic human rights. We can only provide information about her time at Round Lab unless your government officially presses charges of espionage. Of course, I was just asking. Her application material was very comprehensive, with every shift and fieldwork experience documented meticulously. Here, it seems she even requested a field survey task for herself. Collecting information about Chirac geography concurrently with her scientific research. She has been a diligent researcher, highly rated at Rhine Lab, and a model student when she was at school. Such scientists are not usually involved in the kind of troubles that we currently face. Yet, at some point, we have no information or clue as to the whereabouts of Carolyn. Believe it or not, we are even more eager to find Carolyn than you are. There are many things at stake. Rhinelev's reputation, the security of the research data, potential breach of our management system, and mutual trust and partnership between us and Ksherak's development. Are you speaking as a member of the Scientific Ethic Consensus Committee? Please, don't misunderstand. Though it might sound a little condescending, I have the highest respect for what Garland Trade is doing. After all, the courage to reach beyond one's comfort zone is the most important quality in a scientist. Not just in a scientist. There is a saying in Ksherak, black verdant beasts and bad verdant beasts. They jump their fences and run into the snowfields. Herders who go into the fields, following their tracks, never return. They die? That's what going to the snowfields and never return usually means in Ksherak. One by one, which are reviewed and placed on the table. Caroline's notes and actions turn into a tiny pile of papers. But where did the black verdant beasts go? It's the same question, in the end. Perhaps they led the herders into the mountains, getting lost in the forests and freezing to death at night. Another page is read and placed on the table. Or perhaps... Gnosis puts the last page down. White upon white, like snowflakes falling on frozen cliffs. They simply found a new source of water, a new heaven. Can you at least tell me where exactly she carried out her fieldwork? I can't. The observation data are badly corrupted. I can't recover the original data from the port. Stacks of documents and mugs with dried coffee stains sit quietly on the table. An error tone signifies failure of the data restoration, causing their hearts to sink once more. There are ID records of all entries and exits, no message left behind the doors of the labs. The main security camera malfunctioned, while the two of the sides of the lab didn't capture anything. It seems like too much of a coincidence. Could Caroline really have... No, everyone else might assume she's a spy, but I can't let bias cloud my judgment. I already requested access permissions from Director Mulesys to get to the bottom of things. Knock knock. Who's been up all night? Director Mulesys? I never know if I say her name correctly. Surprised to see me? I hear you haven't been back to the dorms for 2 straight nights. Are you still searching for the data that disappeared? It's pronounced Mumu? Okay. Yes. There's a little doubt that the observation logs were altered, although we're not sure who did it, or why. There's a reason to believe that the overwriting data holds a crucial clue. But... Never mind. I brought you a little snacky. Can't work on an empty stomach after all. Thank you. Wait, is this... what is this? You've never had it? Ksherak cheese pastries with sugar frosting and berry jam. It was all the rage at the station a while back. I heard people talking about it and had planned on trying them out the next time I went down the mountain for a fun day. But I've been too busy investigating special energy sources unique to Ksherak. Elena picks up a pastry. It's dried up on the outside, but the cheese and jam inside remain moist after being heated. The sound of running water ceases, and Mulesys sits down by her side with 2 clean mugs in hand. Mind if I sip a cup of joe with you? Not at all. Fresh coffee fills the mugs, drenching the air in its aroma. The sounds of machines operating is clearly audible at the late hour. A massive window and the wall displays the stars in Chirag's night sky, deep and boundless as always. The atmosphere in the room relaxes. Elena lifts her mug after a moment of hesitation. Midnight coffee in the lab brings back memories. You used to stay up late too? Who doesn't? It's in our line of work. Even when I was a student, it felt like I had more coffee than blood in veins for finals. Haha, looks like everyone's been there before. Working at night's more efficient, after all. Yes, night is quiet. Makes it easier to focus. I used to write one paper while dictating the summary of another using an audio recorder when I was really busy. That's rough. That way I get to make progress on both at the same time. Crazy when I think back to it. Yeah, it does sound crazy. Yeah, audio recorder. Huh? Audio? Where are you going? Surveillance audio recordings. Surveillance camera credentials. The time 3:19 a.m. There. Didn't you say the cameras didn't capture what was happening at the lab table? Yes, but it might have captured sound from the equipment. Listen to this. A lot of instruments operating. This ticking sound should be the audio sensor. The frequency and the place that it plays back is directly connected to graphics. We can use this frequency to recreate... Excuse me. Need a pen and paper? Here you go. Oh, thanks. Pen tip raps against paper. The time they spent around the instruments have made researchers intimately familiar with data. She enters the numbers that she copied down into the computer. Then... Okay. There. This is the hidden data. Let me take a look-see. Looks like a small earthquake occurred on Mount Garland the morning of the day before the catastrophe. No, not an earthquake. It was an impact of some kind. I love how Mumu is written in this event. She's just a curious critter. Yeah. I do like Mumu. She's cute. As if something fell from the sky into the mountains of Chirag. Also, who talks like that? He just... You know, who talks like that? How she does. And then, King Chirag's first catastrophe. Outside the wide windows of the observation station, the mountains of Chirag seem to reflect a translucent blue under the moon. Did Carolyn go looking for an extraterrestrial object? But why would she do it all on her own? He's never abandoned her post like this. She must have found something. We might be able to find her if we figure out where that thing fell. Which we can calculate from the wave frequency of the sound of impact. Direct them, you'll see. The Vinebeat Court isn't about to investigate on our behalf. Right. Well, we'll take a short little break, maybe a bit of a longer one, but still short. As I always say like the same thing, but anyways, we'll take a break. And I'll be right back. Hello. I did return. I did do that. Strictly speaking, we shouldn't get any more involved in any of this stuff. The most we can do is to report this to the component control. But Caroline might be in danger. You know that's not your job. You're not exactly close to Caroline, bluntly. Whatever happens to her is none of your business. Mulesies finishes her cold coffee in silence, frowning at the bitter taste. She takes a piece of pastry and puts it in her mouth, speaking as she chews. But sometimes I kinda think the most important quality in a scientist is courage. Maybe even recklessness. You're a sharp kiddo. Got a knack for finding rhythm in music. Makes for a good dancer. I wouldn't wanna tie you up. Gotta let you move around free. You mean... This conversation never happened. Nobody tried to talk you out of it. Nobody told you what you can or can't do. As for the late night snack, you took it from the shared fridge yourself, didn't you? Alright. 5 after. I did, during that break, ask about the time of the raid, possibly. So, you know, depending on the answer, I might be ending a little bit later. Earlier, or maybe not. We will see. Yeah. Yeah. You've been tampering with the locks again. You just won't give up, will you? Unfortunately, the area has the search parties that the search parties are looking is the last at least 5 kilometers from here. Don't expect them to hear your distress signal. At least eat something. Malnutrition during the recovery process will increase the time needed for bones to mend by 20%, and the chance of complications by 35%. It's not my intention to hurt you, or leave any outstanding warrior with a permanent disability. Cut the crap. I warn you, you'd better kill me now. I suppose that's an option. As I said, however, I have no intentions of bringing harm to Cherak, and I certainly feel no need to take innocent Cherak lives. Besides, it was a miracle that we survived that avalanche at all. It was, in your people's words, Cheragander's protection, right? Shouldn't that be a sign of a faithful follower of Cheragander to value her own life? No intention in bringing harm to Cherak? You have been spying for the Victorians and stealing Cherak's military secrets. Such an unfair accusation. Do you really think a few battleships constitute Cherak's most important secret? You speak of your god's blessing all the time, but have you really thought about what your god is? What are you talking about? Cheragander is not to be questioned or doubted. That didn't resonate? Well, I guess the only reason I'm talking to you about this is because there's nothing to do here to pass the time. Well, doesn't matter anyway. If you want to pass the time, I've got something to ask you. How did the Victorian spy work for Rand Lab for so long? Why are you so sure that I'm a Victorian spy when I've been working at Rand Lab for so long? Well, if you really want to hear it, I could tell you a little story. There was once a girl in Victoria who was incredibly fascinated to know how everything worked, and she wanted to spend her whole life studying. A dozen years later, she went to Columbia as a visiting scholar from the Royal Victorian Academy of Sciences. It was not the Research Foundation of Victoria that found her, but an intelligence agency. From that day forth, the only thing she was allowed to be curious about was the secret documents of the Colombian government. But her curiosity was not so easily sated. As she dug through Colombia's secrets, she found an opportunity to satisfy the very depths of her curiosity. At the end of the day, though, there's little that separates Colombia and Victoria. People fight over the slightest morsels of profit. The order that took so much hard work to build is now teetering on the brink of ruinous war. Who has the time to gaze up at the heavens, or even down at the ground we stand on, of which we know so little about? I find it all a tedious bore. So she is a spy, yeah? Is that what I'm getting? Early morning, Hall of Writings, Van Beat Court. Good thing the window isn't too high. The clerics have gone to their morning prayers. The observation station is a sensitive topic right now. I need to avoid them. Maps, geographical records, anything that can help. The morning sun shines through the window and falls gently on the aged books. Lena dusts the books in front of her, but finds the writings in the clerics difficult to decipher. She begins to regret not bringing a dictionary of the Cheragi language. How do they categorize this stuff? This one's a collection of quotes. Chiragander showed herself to me and said, "Seek not my temple, but my heart." Whoa. Lena lets go in panic, and the heavy book hits the floor. Though the bookshelves see a surprised face under a hood, and a crossbow pointed at her face. I think she's surrendering, and yeah, what do we do? Who's saying anything about surrendering? Wait a moment, Enya? Enya Silverash? You're the Saintess? Shh. Lena nods in realization. Keep quiet, and we can talk, alright? Lena nods carefully. Put away your crossbow, Jana. Let's not scare our friend here. But she sneaked into the Van Beat Court. Doesn't seem like something a good person would do. Didn't you do the same thing? Well, we sneaked in too. Are you from Rhinelab? Yes. I'm Elena, a researcher in the energy section. I'm sorry, I was just looking for a map of Cherag. Preferably recording the location of mountains and origin veins. If I find that special vein, maybe I could... You could what? Elena glances at the young woman before her, who looks about the same age as her, while being the undisputed sovereign of this country. Elena is unsure if what she is about to say might offend her, but when she sees the pure curiosity on her face, maybe I can explain how this catastrophe happened. You mean that Cherag has been saved from catastrophe for thousands of years because of a hidden origin vein? Yes. There's an undiscovered origin vein in the mountains surrounding Cherag, which created an energy field that prevented catastrophes from forming. Impossible. It's Xeragandra that protects Xerag. Has anyone ever seen Xeragandra with their own eyes? Many people have witnessed the miracles of Xeragandra with their own eyes. I respect your culture and traditions, but that doesn't prove anything. Just because you see something that can't be explained right now doesn't prove the existence of some supernatural being behind it. And how do you prove the veins have anything to do with it? The interactions between Originum is extremely complex, and what we know is only the tip of the iceberg. Run Lab has conducted a number of experiments in recent years. Under certain conditions, Originum can form energy fields that cause atmospheric Originum particles to disperse rather than converge, preventing the formation of catastrophes. This is something that we have not yet been able to recreate under controlled conditions. But if an Originum vein with the right conditions exists, then preventing catastrophe may be a real possibility. I've made detailed calculations. Excuse me, can I borrow this map? Elena takes out her notebook and shows it to the other two. She goes on a long explanation about the formulas as she draws on the page, not paying attention to whether her listeners are able to keep up. Finally, Elena confidently draws a circle at the location at the foothills of the map. Therefore, the original vein theory is most likely explanation for Xerag's lack of catastrophes. I'm quite sure that my calculations are accurate, and if we find an original vein at this location, it would explain everything. Shanna is in a daze. She glances at Enya, hoping the Saintess will rebuke this blasphemy. But the Saintess is quiet, patting her lower lip lightly. Say something. I don't know what the hell she's writing. How do you explain the recent catastrophe then? Based on the data, I suspect something from beyond the starpot fell on Mount Karlan the day before the catastrophe. Look, there are the data that the station observed the day before the catastrophe. These are infrasound waves created by the impact of an extraterrestrial object. Elena turns on her portable terminal, displaying a sharp break on the line graph. Yeah, we've seen this before. This object must be massive in size and scale. I think the catastrophe was caused by it falling into the central area of the vein, causing a shift in the energy field. There are reasons for all these things. It's not magic, or the work of God. Enya cannot comprehend what she is hearing. Her memory begins to blur, and she feels a sort of link being torn apart. Char. Familiar voice belonging to a friend. A miracle or a hallucination? Nah, she's real. She's playable. She can't believe it. She must not. Fear and loneliness comes over her, and it is all she could do to keep her arms from trembling. Say something, Enya. I can understand Elena's position. Huh? However, I recall a section of the Xeragandra. Her heart is the heart of Karlan. Deep within the mountains, from the beating of her heart grew the flesh and bones of Xerag. This is the description of the origins of Xerag, as the scriptures record. We used to assume that the heart of Karlan was like Silverherze, which was why we built Xeragandra's statue there. In my studies these past several days, however, I found that the ancient tomes considered the freezing of the heart of Karlan to be an unusual phenomenon, but like silver hairs that freezes every year. Sounds like a figure of speech. Don't interrupt the saintess while she's thinking. Maybe the heart of Kalan actually refers to something else. The Great Elder guided me to the Red Thorn, but it is the fact that Heart of Kalan that holds the answer. You mentioned the center area of this special vein? Yes, I built a model based on the shape of Cherak's mountains, and I calculated that the extraterrestrial object likely fell on this location. Isn't this the Cherak Casimir mines? Mines? Yes. Now it all makes sense. There's no time to waste. We need to go. One moment, foreigner. We didn't say anything about letting you around Cherak on your own. Not to mention all the disrespect you have shown to Cherak. It's alright, Joanna. We don't force our fate onto others. Besides, we need to find the truth behind this catastrophe. We'll let her travel with us. Elena. While Enya and Jenna were talking, Elena put the bags back on the shelf and now sits on the windowsill, waving at the other two. Actually, there's usually no one at the main entrance to the Hall of Writings. Alright. Interesting. Cold moonlight pours through the dark clouds upon the decoration of Rathatos' room. Cyrus thought she would be afraid to see Rathatos' things, but she feels so tired that she does not even have the strength for sorrow. He knows full well that she simply imitated Rathatos in dealing with the other clans a few days ago. But the more she tries, the more Rathatos' shadow lingers. Cyrus looks outside. It seems snow is once again falling on Browntail's land. Look, Cyrus, do this to the snowball, and it will go even further when you throw it. Try it. I don't need you to teach me. I want to become you. I hate you. I hate everything you make me do. The echoes of memory are like the deafening roar of mountain collapsing. She feels a lump in her chest. The dust-covered contracts and letters in the box bear witness to the development of Clan Browntail over the years. Cyrus examines the marks left behind by Rathatos on the family's business documents, and finds at the bottom of each page where the name of the Browntail matriarch should be. Cyrus. Remember, Cyrus, I'm your older sister, and I'll become the leader of Clan Browntail, so you need to listen to me. Prove that you can do better, if you're not happy about that. When the time comes, I will carry the future of Clan Browntail on your shoulders. Cyrus anxiously flips through the pages, but each and every document has her name on it. Until she reaches the bottom of the pile, that little box from her memory. The secret that belongs to the two of them. This holds all the things that I want to give you, but don't want the adults to see. Don't tell anyone. It's a secret. A secret between the two of us, you and me. This is a communicator? Cyrus gazes at the device in her hand, the dim light illuminating her hesitation. The final audio log. I got Arknights intel about the suspicious woman. I've been watching her all morning, and I think she's planning to make a run for it. This voice, it's Monch? Good. Keep a close eye on her. Don't let her get away, or pass the documents to anyone else. Yes, ma'am. Arknights says we need to be careful and not draw attention. Take her alive, if possible. There are a lot of questions we need to ask her. I'll tell Arknights to send help from Arknights. Understood. I'll do my best. Be careful, and don't leave loose ends. Finally, there's an unanswered call from Arknights. Call time yesterday? Arknights? Okay. Wait, that was after? Yeah. I guess it was. Okay, we're getting to 6. I believe we'll at least manage to do 6. Even if we do start the raid with 6. I don't know, they're not responding. It's fine, by the way, you know, they don't need to respond immediately. I don't even ping them, I just ask. Emerald. That's a green gem, as far as I know. How much longer? We have Treasure here, yay. Patience, please, Mr. Bellingham, and it's specifically Bellingham. As you know, the Duke has been very busy lately, having to retrieve several guests each day. It's also the color of ribbons Asher and Castor wear. You are right, yeah, okay. It's also the currency for villagers in Minecraft. So that might be relevant. Probably, right? That will probably be relevant in this story. You should remember, sir, the last time I came here. So I'd like to ask, how has she been lately? Fairly pleasant, for the most part. After all, the negotiations with the Kazimierzens have been nearing completion over the past few days. This fuck. I know, that's a different person. As soon as he finishes speaking, the dejected gentleman strides past the Trilby Asher. The Trilby Asher recognizes him as Derek, head of the press office. Perhaps due to the recent wave of bad publicity, he wipes the sweat off his brow with trembling hands. I can't believe Haruka's manager was working with the Duke of Castro. Yeah, exactly, right? But, you know, it's believable. Haruka's manager, asshole. Anyone who works with Duke of Castor, asshole. I suspect today is not one such day. Is that Bellingham outside? Let him in first. Don't keep him waiting. The butler nods, and the Trilby Asher hesitates for a moment before stepping into the room. Seated in the middle of the Duke of Castor, with the young noble standing at her side. I have another question. What kind of person is this Kazimierzan representative you met? He's a merchant, Your Grace. Kazimierz. That should he agree to my terms, I'm willing to lift some of the embargoes on industrial equipment. For them, there are many ways to obtain cheap materials, and Chirac is hardly irreplaceable. I will let him know that only Victoria can satisfy his technological and equipment needs, especially when it comes to originium. No. We are a member of House Gaster. These minutiae refers to small, precise, or trivial details.
Minutiae.
What the fuck did you say? What did you just call me? Small details.
Minutiae.
That's also really loud, isn't it? I think it's pretty loud. Minutiae? I think minutiae? Minutiae? These minutiae are best left for servants to convey, whereas we should always leave ourselves room to maneuver. The Casimirsons know a little about the resources we command, so why not let them exercise their imagination? Do you understand? No worries, I guarantee that he will side with us. Forever honor your commitments. If you cannot, don't make them in the first place. That is true of the Casimirsons' representative, and even more so for me. You may leave. Yes, my apologies, Your Grace. Once again, you have to see me disciplining those good-for-nothing whelps. Belly. I thank Your Grace for the trust you have placed in me. Let's not waste time on small talk. I thought you saw the gentleman who left earlier. Yes? If I'm not mistaken, that was a certain Derek, the man in charge of news and public opinions. He should have reported to me that the negative press, be it about Chirac or Victoria, was under control. He was instead quite profuse with his complaints, going on and on about how he couldn't do it, that it would take too long to communicate with the film crew, that he wanted to trouble me to watch the footage that they sent back. If he feels like he hasn't been given enough time, he should have known that my patience has its limits too. So, do you have any good news for me, Belly? Yes, Your Grace. Our informant on the Rhine Observatory provided very accurate intel, indeed. There is something highly suspicious about the mining site in which Chirac is working with Casimirs. Huh. Following the clues she provided, my men successfully infiltrated the site and obtained these data tablets. Just point out the highlights. Please, look at this section, and the subsequent section on the next page. The former represents the mine's daily output, whereas the latter represents the purchase volume, or export volume. Finally, the last page is the mine's financial report. Pay particular attention to the net profitability figure, for example, in the last 2 months. The difference is massive. This mining site has been operating at a loss, and the greater the extraction, the greater the losses. Exactly. We even found this mine import record. Please take a look. A large mining site needs to separately import the very same minerals? Therefore, I believe this confirms the earlier theory. The so-called joint mining project is actually Arknights' arsenal in disguise. And this is the trump card that has been flipped over. sitting right there in a mining site shared joint with a foreign company. Which is why our agents, including myself, initially overlooked this area. It is hard to imagine that everyone could stomach such a risk. Placing a piece in what normally would be a blind spot. It's very much his style. However, you're still one move behind, Belly. As difficult as it is to admit when Wellington made his move, it became imperative for us to strengthen ourselves. Given these circumstances, Chirac is a valuable asset. I will not accept a lose-lose scenario. We must ensure that any Codes's military preparations do not catch us flat-footed. Only by knowing what his trump card actually is can we properly plan against Chirac in advance. Your Grace, if you wish to confront the Duke of Wellington, bringing Chirac under the control of House Caster, as well as seizing their manpower and resources, is of utmost priority. I personally believe that we should conduct a comprehensive survey of this mining site. I believe the Casimirzans will accept your term, and it's only a matter of time until they withdraw from Chirac. As soon as we take control of this mining area, I will send our envoys there immediately. Why not act before the paperwork is officially signed? We cannot give Kalantre the time to cover their tracks. So, under the buyer's name, look for another excuse to the Van Beat Court. Even if they suspect that something is amiss with the Casimirzans, a hasty retreat would inevitably leave traces behind. The Van Beat Court is ultimately an expendable asset. Due to their previous botchy job, there's no way any Codes would not have his eye on them. Then we'll squeeze every last drop of value from the Van Beat Court before any Codes makes his move. Is this truly the missing step, Belly? Be more economical and think it through some more. The current Great Elder has consistently turned down my goodwill, and given the inability to mobilize the full strength of the Van Beat Court, we must be more careful when accessing the feasibility of this plan. Yes, Your Grace. Yet, Your Grace, he did not stop us from infiltrating the lower and middle ranks either. Perhaps this is the Van Beat Court's persistent arrogance, ripe from us to take advantage. Perhaps the allure of overthrowing any Codes will prove to be a gift to irresistible for Chirac's religious figures. So, do you intend to... You are free to move the spawns inside the Van Beat Court as you please, but you must find out exactly what is going on within the mining site. Let us wait to see how any Codes reacts. He might just give us another reason to get involved in Chirac. Yes, Your Grace. Right, I'd like you to do me a favor. Derek left some odds and ends behind. Go ahead and take them with you. When it comes to our dealings with foreign nations, we always have some journalists' friends who make too much noise. Can I set the camera up right here? Thank you. Let's get started if you're ready. Right, there's the reporter. Venerable Great Elder Atso, thank you so much for agreeing to this interview. I sincerely hope you are willing to answer a few of my questions, as well as those of the country's countless others who want to know more about Chirac. First, I'd like to ask about something that many around Chirac have been curious about recently. The people of Chirag broadly believe that Chiragander protects this land. In your opinion, how would you explain this catastrophe? Does this mean that Chirag has lost its divine protection? That is correct. Chiragander indeed watches over this land. However, she's not a tyrant who imposes harsh decrees, but rather a patient mentor and a guiding hand. Her protection of Chirag is not as straightforward as many would imagine. Her knowledge of the true way of life runs deep, and so she taught the people of Chirag how to live in this land, filled with calamity and devoid of thought. Thus, the people of Chirag came to have a soul, and their many calamities no longer disturbed them. Even so, I'm still very curious as to how a god who neither reveals its true form, nor has performed any miracles as proof of its divinity, can earn a people's faith. This belief seems to lack any grounding in evidence. Hahaha, yes, from afar. I can see that you hide your arrogance behind polite words. You try to reduce Chirag's beliefs into the most basic form of logic, which you then criticize in an attempt to extol your own correctness and wisdom. Please, believe me, that was not my intent. It's fine, don't worry. Then may I ask you a question first? In your opinion, what kind of principle do the Victorians who observe no religion follow in their lives? That's a simple answer. Victoria has her own laws. Who drafted these laws, and who granted them the authority to do so? If you're asking about the legitimacy of the Victorian regime, we need to only look back to history to answer that question. The land was originally occupied by Dracos until about 300 years ago, when Aslans from Sargon launched a rebellion in Victoria, ultimately seizing control of the country. And I take it that, in your view, might makes right? Aslans are strong, and therefore righteous. Dracos are weak, and therefore unjust. This so-called justice shifts just as easily as the balance of power in war. By the same logic, the devils of Kasdal should feel no shame or remorse about invading the lands of other nations, their only sin being that they fell one step short of ultimate victory. That is a patiently absurd conclusion. Of course. I doubt that any regime would hinge its legitimacy upon violence, because they know all too well that violence will inevitably be undone by greater violence. Nothing can remain young and mighty forever, neither people nor governments. Therefore they must become compassionate, and hope that the same compassion will be afforded to them when they are weak. So let us return to that question. Why do the legal principles we take for granted, or rather, the virtues prevalent across the different civilizations sharing this land, exist in the first place? Where should we direct our questions? Do we possess the sublimity inherent to being human? Are our lives innately meaningful? Apologies, but I'm not very well versed in these subjects of philosophical speculation. May I ask what is the point of these questions that seem so far removed from our daily lives? You mentioned life. In fact, as long as you seriously reflect upon your own life, you will very easily find that there is nobody on this great land who is entirely devoid of faith. People always choose to place their faith in something, be it money, violence, knowledge, fame, philanthropy, or pleasure. If a person genuinely believes that nothing is inherently true, then he will quickly find himself akin to a puppet with its strings cut, unable to move at all. The followers of Chiragander seek an eternal solace in the mind by questioning ourselves and seeking out the traces of her existence. An interesting thought indeed. This seems quite different from the common perception floating around Chirag. Please, tell me, what was your perception of Chirag before you witnessed the human tragedy caused by catastrophe? The last pure land of Terra, a sanctuary protected by the gods, a land of simple and kind, poor but happy people. You're quite well versed in these touristy catchphrases. It was your people who discovered and abused the power of Originium, which ruined everything. You know that countless people drowned beneath the waves you stirred. And it is this guilt that led you people to weave your illusions into the fantasy of Cherag. A paradise where one can reap the benefits of Originium with none of the costs. You imagine purity because you know filth, innocence because you know deception, magnanimity because you know opportunism, beauty because you know nihilism. How then can you see the farmers who have left their homeland behind, the craftsmen whose unfinished goods pile up like a mountain, and the hunters who return home empty-handed? You might even deny the existence of these people, so that you may feel at ease when you swallow the blood and sweat of us savages to purify your souls. As an investigative journalist, it is my responsibility to spread the truth, and I'm hardly the only Victorian who cares about the truth regarding Cherag. Young lady, you promised to spread the truth about Cherag across the lands, yet your lenses are pointed at those who are most lost, more deserving of pity. Do you think we could call this the truth, or simply a fable? I must admit, your questions have left me chagrined. Be it my colleagues or myself, it is hard to set down the morbid curiosity as onlookers. All you need to know is that Cherag's belongings are not playthings sitting behind the glass of Victorian's shop. Cherag does not and will not need anyone's pity or charity. Cherag will always be the people of Cheraganther, the home of the Cherag people. Alright, I think I'm convinced now. So in your opinion, this catastrophe will not shake the people's faith in Cheraganther? To be honest, Cherag's fate is undergoing a serious test. I cannot deny that this catastrophe has sown the seeds of darkness in the hearts of the people, causing them to gradually turn to violence and selfishness, abandoning many of their former virtues. But was all of this due to the catastrophe? A seed cannot germinate without the proper soil. The current turmoil in Cherag only proves that people's belief had already changed long before the catastrophe itself, and the cause of all this is Anicodes. Are you referring to Mr. Anicodes Silverash, the chairman of Carland Trade? For thousands of years, Cherag has been spared from catastrophe by our adherence to the order laid down by our god. However, the Van Beat Court is not the rigidly conservative institution that outsiders think. Even if in the era before power was restored to the three clans, records of the Van Beat Court's Hall of Writings confirm that the court was involved in, and sometimes even instrumental to, the vast majority of changes across Cherag's history. However, we simply remind ourselves constantly of the wisdom and virtues she taught to us, ensuring that each step we take does not become counterproductive. And this order formed through the Van Beat Court has proven its reliability and stability over the long years. Yet when you don your skis and snowboards and zoom down your own capped peaks, how often do you turn back to look at those who lack the conditions and the ability to keep up? No matter how much you might want to turn back and wait, the falling snow will obstruct your view until the exhilaration carried upon the wind engulfs your every thought. You believe that Cherag's current reforms are too radical? Therefore, if anyone can be held responsible for the current state of Chirac, it can only be any goddess. So, as an elder of the Vinebeat Court, are you planning to make any changes in response to this situation? No, I won't likely say that I'll be making any changes myself. I simply believe that for thousands of years, the enemies of Cheragandr have all vanished into the snowdrifts of history. Well, that was an interesting interview. The registration documents are all here. Please, make sure this envelope makes its way to Mr. Edelweiss of Carlan Trade. Don't worry. We were established by Carlan Trade and know Mr. Edelweiss very well. There won't be any mistakes. Glad to hear it. Lena turns her head somewhat nervously. After the catastrophe, the people of Chirac have largely preferred to remain at home, with one exception, the market. Hundreds of people crowded together in residential areas, temples, stores, and street stalls. The sorrow on their faces matching the gloomy weather. At the far end of the market, Shana is gesturing to her with her hands, her mouth open as if beckoning for her to come quickly. Be right there. Gotta keep a low profile. Lena lowers her head and turns her face away, hurrying away against the flow of pedestrians. Countless Chirac people brush past her, while another Rhine Lab employee squeezes into the crowd and follows the current. Hey, hello. Why should we choose the most crowded place? People are forced to gather here in order to barter for necessities, or to receive relief supplies. That they suppress their fear is a fact worn on their sleeves, many of them showing up in odd but simple local attire. Karen instinctively pulls her coat in tighter, walking past the man and woman, until she stops at the entrance to the quiet little temple. She leans against the doorframe, its paint worn and peeling, and hastily turns her head to look around, searching for someone else who also has an appointment. Damn it, the bell already rang. All I wanted was to find a place to continue my research. Why am I stuck doing this kind of work? She pounds the wall next to her angrily, until suddenly, a hoarse question reaches her ears. Oh, Lost Lady, why do you treat the property of Cheragandr in such a manner? I'm sorry, how should I make amends? There's no need for that. Set everything down and come with me. Should it be agreeable to you, please rest in the courtyard. I shall explain the profundity of the sculptures to you. As to suit your restless heart. The old man unlocks the temple gate, and Caroline pauses apprehensively to look around before stepping inside. The devotee then follows her in and shuts the gate again. Okay. We'll take a short little break here, play ads, and I'll be right back. Hello. Hi. Hmm. You're the one they mentioned. The only one who can bring me out. Choosing to meet up here is incredibly risky, is it not? People are undoubtedly going to be anxious in the aftermath of the catastrophe. Wandering around these sparsely populated, open areas is going to invite more suspicion. Let's get down to business. We don't have time to waste. Have you acquired all the intel? I have, but it's not meant for you. The Duke of Caster's men promised that once they took over the mine, I would be able to leave Chirac via the internal railway. I don't know what they told you, but now is the time for you to do your part. The mine is currently in the handover period. Once the Victorians have finished their inspection, I will take you there to meet them. I ask for your patience, madame. It is a precious virtue indeed. I hope that this is the last time. Did you hear that? Hear what? Sounded a bit like a thunder. How strange. Seemed to come from the mountains. And also, achoo. What's this? The tip of my nose feels all chilly. Huh? That's weird. Why is it snowing again? We are in the middle of a snowy season. What's so strange about it? No, that can't be it. Even in this time of year, there are always signs before it starts snowing. Sniff. The girl lifts her head, her expression suddenly turning serious. It's snowing, but it doesn't smell like snow. It's very strange. An old man once said that the snow only loses its scent when something truly terrible is about to happen. Weather metaphor. Is Chiragander warning us again? Divine will is less important than how heavy the snowfall is going to be, and how it will threaten our safety. As for the scent of snow, you mentioned the air temperature and humidity change before it snows, which may give off the illusion of peculiar scent. But to treat this as some way of gauging the weather, or even as a divination of some sort is, well, I frankly don't think it makes any sense. No, the scent of snow is the scent of snow, not some other smell. Piragant has given hunters a keen sense of smell, and eyes that can see in the dark. On the snowfields, we know much more than you do. Okay then. I didn't mean to question your personal experience, but I still have to act according to my own experience. As Elena speaks, she sets up the observation equipment and begins to carefully record the data. The girl paused discontentedly, looking at the device with distinctively old-fashioned Chirag look. That lump of metal of yours has been beeping this entire time. And it's heavy too. We would have gotten here way sooner without having to lug it around. But it's how we can make sure that every step we take is safe and secure. After a catastrophe, we must be extremely cautious inside Originum zones. A sudden gust of wind rises, causing Elena to stumble, but Jana catches her from behind just in a nick of time. Thanks. The chilly snowflake-laced wind sweeps over them, and all other noise ceases, save for the whistling wind and its sharp, biting cold. How did the temperature drop so sharply all of a sudden? Is this... I know of a deserted village up ahead. Let's head over there and find a house to shelter in. Anya, who has been lagging behind the group because she was flipping through her notebook, steps in between the two. She stretches her palms out, her fingertips only slightly reddened from the cold. Come, take my hand. The fresh snow is too slippery, and the terrain here is steep as well. It would be terrible if someone slipped and fell here. You're both hesitating? Do you not want to hold my hand? And yeah, I mean, Your Holiness, No, thank you. One hand extends forward. I'm just doing this for Her Holiness. Jana turns her head away, but nevertheless places her hand within Enya's. Phew. Thankfully, the temple is in a much better state than the other buildings, because there still are people who came by occasionally to do repairs. The free shake of the thick snow from their cloaks. They arrive at the village only briefly before the snow starts to come down heavily, fluttering down like feathers. You two, go ahead and rest. I'll see if the fireplace here can still be lit. You can usually find a small woodshed behind the village temple. I'll go take a look. Need my help? I'm good. You... Didn't you say you were going to do the weather forecast? Just do your thing. I've already set it up. The measuring device will automatically get the data from our surrounding area, so I can help you carry... I told you I'm good. Don't follow me. He's grumpy. Before Elena can even stand up, Jana already manages to feel out the small door behind the temple statue with practiced ease. The layout of Arknights Monastery is more or less the same. The girl rushes out back, and the door slams loudly behind her. Did I do something to upset her? Maybe just a little, but not that much. Don't worry about it. Jana is a kind girl, even when she's grumpy. She still wants you to be warm, just like not long ago. When she protected me from assassins even though she despises me. However, too many of Cherak's villages, your thoughts and words can hurt them, even if they are without malice. I'm sorry, I was too rash. That's not your fault, nor is it the fault of Cherak's people. If anything is at fault, perhaps it's simply your differences. Any sort of communication between people is about these differences. Even partners who work together in the lab, sharing the same ideas and goals, can still have disagreements. Which is why communication and understanding between people is so precious. Anya pulls her cloak and puts it aside, points to a snowflake on it that has not yet melted. Oh, look at that. A snowflake? The people of Cherak sometimes use snowflakes that have not melted upon stepping indoors as a form of divination. These unbroken branch-like snowflakes are a sign that our journey will be smooth. According to folklore, the snow is a messenger protected by Cheragander, carrying important truths and omens. It can predict the harvest, the hunt, the craftsman's hammer fall, and even quarrels between friends and lovers. Some may say that this iconic tree-like hexagonal snowflake with well-defined branches is a sign of good fortune, but others just as easily see within it as a broken connection, an omen of disaster. And so, regardless of what happens in the end, the fortune teller always has something to say. Worst case scenario, they always say, the diviner you met was just bad. The movement of the stars had already revealed the truth long ago, and used that to defend their authority. You also seem quite knowledgeable about divination, Elena. You could say I had some run-ins with them, due to family circumstances. In any case, most divination has nothing to do with revealing the truth. It's just a form of self-delusion and sophistry. A place where no people wish to go has no roads leading to it. If a problem does not exist, there will be no solution created to resolve it. Fate is a fickle thing, just as your science should acknowledge that there are many things on the land that cannot be controlled or predicted. On this great land, we are but tiny people trying to grasp a glimmer of the prophetic and the true. This is no different from the origins of scientific discovery. Knowledge is what makes people feel safe and allow them to face the unreasonably uncertain future. In a sense, coincidence, probability, and fate are all the same concept. Fate falls on many, just as the snowflakes has fallen on my cloak. I get it, even placebos can be effective type of medicine. But I've also seen many things in modern Chirag. In the past, I always tried to see such strong beliefs as a kind of cultural phenomenon, a ritual, a projection, a form of comfort seeking. But what exactly are they to you people? She asks the question in a soft, subdued voice. The wind outside the windows has already subsided significantly. Chirag's saintess looks up at the statue of Chiraganther on the altar. Beneath a slab of stone engraved with messy markings, several brightly colored figurines sit side by side. There were exhibition goods produced around the time of the Lens Silverhair's ceremony. By the looks of things, someone brought them to this village temple as an offering to the reclusive Chiragander. And yeah, well, she's my wife? Yeah. The clerics of the Vinebeat Court often describe fate as walking into the darkness without a lamp, or leaping fearlessly into the silent ravine. Everyone always seems to yearn for her, as ascetics, devout believers, faithful followers of the commandments, countless people enduring innumerable hardships just to reach her side. But for me, she's my wife. She tries hard to recall, but her memories in her mind are now but straggling fragments, jumping around like flames from a movie, shrouded in a dark haze. A strong emotion surges once more within Enya's heart. Trouble! Jana suddenly rushes in with a gasp, firewood in her arms, her cheeks flushed from running. I just saw coming down the mountain. Lots of Victorian cars, heading for the mine. Victorians? That mine is a joint operation with Casimir's. What are they trying to do there? Have they already picked up our trail? Don't panic just yet. Regardless of what business they have with the mine, we have to hurry. Let's pack up our things and set out immediately. We need to be even more careful and discreet on the road ahead. Just a second, please. I need to pack up my instrument first and then... Wait, how could this... What are you dawdling around for? Hurry and pack it up. Here, I'll help you. What is this? This moderate catastrophe risk written here. Does it mean what I think it means? Catastrophe. Could there be another catastrophe brewing? Let's hope not. It would be like extremely Arknight side story if there were 2 catastrophes. That would be crazy. That was before. Okay. So let's do after. That will probably be the last one for today. I'm thinking. So yeah. After. You know, it's real hard getting an audience with you these days. Anycodes? I'm truly sorry I was unable to attend the matriarch's funeral. But I'm serious. I'm deeply saddened by what has befallen the Browntail clan. Please let me know if there's anything Clan Silverash can do to help. Thanks, Anycodes. But that's not what I came here to discuss. Your visit this time, Madame Cyrus, must be to give me a chance to earn your trust. My sister once told me that you're least trustworthy when you lower your head like this. I wonder about your opinion of me then. You don't have to beat around the bush. I don't like it. My sister used to scold me for being impulsive, and for not always thinking things through before I speak or act. I wanted to prove to her that I didn't need to hide under her wing, that I could do something for Browntails, for Clan Browntail. But now, as new matriarch of the clan, there's no one left for me to prove anything to. Understand how you feel. I also have 2 younger sisters. And you think they are both smarter than me, huh? Both Ancia and the Saintess? You think too little of yourself, Madame Cyrus. However, I do think they share your persistence and determination. Is Ancia okay? I heard she was in an accident. Thank you for your concern. She is safe and sound, and has already returned home. You always keep that calm and composed demeanor. What I want to know is, these attacks on Cherak, including what happened to my sister, did you know about them ahead of time? So this is the real reason you decided to visit me today. Anycodes, my sister had been helping you this entire time, isn't that right? I wasn't totally in the dark about it, but it wasn't until her passing that I learned. Your plans for Victoria, Rhyme Lab, and what Munch has been investigating. There's too much I don't know anything about. Don't try to deny it. Don't lie to me, Anycodes. You have to know the truth behind her murder. If you truly believe I had a hand in the matriarch's death. No, that's not what I mean. I don't think what Ratatos was plotting with you. I don't know what Ratatos was plotting with you, but I know for sure that whatever it was to protect Chirac. So I will follow in her footsteps. Whatever Clan Browntail's affairs may be, I will take responsibility for them. Which is why I need you to tell me exactly what happened to her. My apologies, Sir Anycodes, but they were determined to break in no matter what. To what do I owe the honor for you all to barge into my home like this? Sir Anycodes, why did Galantrade transfer all its shares to the Cherak Casimir's joint mining operation to Victoria without authorization? Where did the news come from? It's an observable fact. The mines have completely been taken over by the Victorians. Great Elder also believes that such actions by Arknights constitutes illegal collusion with foreign power. And as such, the Vanbeat Court has no choice but to exercise its authority to intervene. We require that you report to the Vanbeat Court immediately to explain yourself. If I understand this correctly, the Vanbeat Court means to formally interrogate Clan Silverash. The people of Xerac are uneasy enough as it is. The last thing we want to see in this conflict, escalate further. However, Sir Goddess, as the head of the clan, if you still believe your beer, if you still believe you bear responsibility for Xerac, please go to the Vanbeat Court with us to discuss the next steps. Very well, I have no reason to refuse. However, if I'm to explain the situation, I will need some time to prepare the relevant documents. Please allow me that. Furthermore, I still have some things to discuss with Madame Cyrus, so I would like to ask for your patience. Of course, Sir Goddess. Madame Cyrus, thank you for taking the time to look after Encia. I would like to formally invite you to be a guest of Clan Silverash. I would also like to thank you for your concern in person, while Encia is present as well. Well, it would have been more courteous to have sent the invitation to you in a formal capacity, but given the hasty nature of this matter, the best I can do is throw something together by hand. I do hope you'll forgive me. We look forward to your gracing us with your presence. Before his invitee can respond, Nicodemus picks up a pen and paper from the table, scribbles down a few lines, and then hands the invitation over. Cyrus takes it. There's only an address on the piece of paper, hardly an invitation at all. Thank you for the invitation. I'll be there on time. To Mr. Edelweiss of Arknights. I hope this letter finds you well. At the time you are read this. Minor spelling mistake? Oh, grammar mistake? I am yet to receive SITREP authorization from Rand Lab, so please take note. This letter does not, in any capacity, serve as an agreement to treaty between Rand Lab and Arknights. Rather, it only represents my personal analysis of the recent phenomena in Xerac. My specimen comes from the south waves collected by the observation station at 3:19 AM on December 7th, 1101. I can say for certain that at that time, an unidentified object fell from the sky onto Mount Karlan. Though the chain of evidence definitely linking the phenomena is still missing, the catastrophe did in fact occur 32 hours later. I do not intend to establish a causal link between these two things. If this crash is a singular event in history, then so too is the catastrophe. What I am preparing to do is to confirm whether or not there is an empirical connection between these two events. Additionally, do forgive my frankness, but if the hypothesis that these two events are linked does not bear out, the outcome for Xerac is not optimistic. Whatever factor that protected Xerac from catastrophe over the millennia may no longer be effective, or at least be in an unusable state. I would, of course, love to write this off as a mere conjecture, but nevertheless, I also hope that Arknights will be adequately mindful of the potential risk moving forward. Parolin, an insider with more detailed information, has likely made similar interferences. But I am in dark as to what her objectives are at this moment. I will strive to complete the research while maintaining an objective and rational perspective, and would greatly appreciate Arknights' support in my efforts. Respectfully, Elena Urbica. Come in. I was just looking for you, Director. Take this letter to Anikodas. Classify it top secret. Yes, sir. Right away. Any other news? Yes. The observation post previously dispatched to the mine site has sent back a sighting report. A convoy bearing Victorian markings is approaching the outskirts of the mine, but the specific origins are unknown. Metalhorn led the clansmen there ahead of time. He said that he would try to stall for as much as possible and wait your judgment. The Victorians would have come sooner or later. Looks like we won't have to wait any longer. Prepare vehicles as soon as possible. Metalhorn may not be able to hold them off for long. And to let the other party make the first move, and prioritize observation. I will arrive shortly. I'm warning you. Don't get on our way, if you know what's good for you. I'm simply following orders. Don't say that. The area ahead is restricted warehouse, and nobody is allowed to enter without Arknights' permission. Okay, I actually don't think you're doing anything bad, so you know what? It's not even an excuse, it's just like what you're doing, I guess. Has no one informed you what house Castor has acquired all of Casimir's rights to this site? To the best of my knowledge, the handover process is still underway. We were only notified by Casimir's yesterday. Which is why we have to inspect all the assets in advance. If you have any complaints, you can take them with Her Grace the Duke. Now listen to your better and open the warehouse door post haste. Well, fuck you. Finally, someone worth talking to. Mr. Gnosis Edelweiss of Arknights. It seems the introduction I've prepared will be going to waste, good sir. Of course, naturally, you also understand who I'm responding here. Hey Ark! Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? What were you streaming? Yeah, this is Ark. Go follow him. He plays video games. Was just doing some solo Terraria. I see, okay. I never played Terraria, but I hope that was fun. I've seen you played some not solo Terraria, what, like last Sunday, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was last Sunday. Yeah. Yeah. Well, go follow Ark. He plays Terraria. And also other games. I play Arknights. Hi, I'm Mustiza. Hello, Raiders. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you had a fun stream. I am doing currently retracing our steps. I'm in like middle of it or something. Yeah, we're supposed to I just saw that Ark reacted. We're supposed to play Destiny raid with Ark and Lyra and my clanmates later. But damn, we're not getting... yeah. I think it was my bad for assuming that when they said Friday, they just meant the same time. I think we shouldn't have assumed that. We should have just asked if they meant the same time. So maybe that's my bad. Maybe they just meant later because they just simply said in the evening. You know? But yeah, we'll see. I'm sure even if it isn't at 6, we'll manage to do the raid today. And I'm excited for that. So yeah. I'm liking this side story a lot so far, Ark. I know you liked it as well. I really like the Chirac storyline. You know, it's kind of a good one. I am a fan. Is this... I'm thinking. I think it's really good. I'll have to think about if it's like S tier. But it's like really good. And I'm like only halfway through. Like this is 6th stage, so... yeah. Of course, naturally, you also understand who I'm representing here. Due to your mismanagement and resultant substantial financial loss, Her Grace the Duke has decided to dismiss some key employees of Kalan Trade employed at this site, including the former executive manager. To this, I have no objection. I will cooperate fully during the handover process. Excellent. Now then, Mr. Edelweiss, please open the warehouse door. However, on this point alone, I cannot comply. What Metalhorn said is true. There indeed are regulations pertaining to this official warehouse. I humbly ask of you your and her Grace's understanding. Based on the information I have, the security clearance level of this warehouse was raised just recently. What do you say to this, Mr. Edelweiss? Allow me to explain. This warehouse is mainly used to store various kinds of industrial wastes, but recently, the purification system and negative pressure ventilation system both malfunctioned. Okay. We temporarily raised the security clearance level and strictly restricted access in the interim before professionals can handle the situation. I fully understand Her Grace's concern about the assets acquired, but for your safety, could I ask you that this inspection be postponed? I accept the risks at hand. Just open the door. Or else aside, this is Chirag's mine. Should pollutants leak or any other dangerous situation arise, Chirag does not rule out the right to intervene through administrative measures. Before you offer to take responsibility, I suggest you contact Her Grace the Duke once more. You are... Good to see you again, Mr. Metalhorn. Pardon me, Father. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to wait at the reception for now. I currently have business with our diplomatic guest. Mr. Edelweiss, I was expressly invited here by the Victorians. Since when is the Van Beat Court so concerned with temporal affairs? Today, both the clan leadership and the general public are dissatisfied with the way Kalan Trade has been engaging with Victoria. The Great Elder has summoned Sir Enicodes to an inquiry into the matter. Perhaps you will also need to report to the Van Beat Court soon. Warden, would a cleric feel a need to accept the invitation to come here before that? I wish to ensure a smooth handover process, and hope that Kalan Trade is willing to cooperate to the fullest extent. Please open the warehouse door, Mr. Edelweiss. Given the power that has been restored by the three clans, perhaps the Van Beat Court would be more representative of the Chirac administrative measures. Metalhorn, open the door. The door slowly opens, and the Victorian ambassador is caught unaware by the dust that diffuses from within. He squints and fans the air in front of him with his hand. That is neither the smell of industrial waste nor the texture of original dust. The ambassador's eyes gradually adjust to the vast, unobstructed warehouse within which is nothing but scrap metal. It's literally what they told you. You knew it was nothing but scrap metal. They told you, idiot. As I stated, there's nothing here but industrial waste. Please leave as soon as you have finished your inspection. Staying here for an extended period of time would be detrimental to your health. Everyone, stay put. I'm conducting the inspection myself. As soon as he enters the warehouse, he feels the vast space around him dilating in all directions. The steel frames stretching straight to the ceiling, surrounded by scrap metal in all shapes and sizes. There's no way such a large warehouse was set up just to store these things. It's far too pretentious. He approaches the bottom of one of the shelves and reaches out to rummage through it with no particular aim in mind. The clanking of metal echoes through the warehouse. What? Wait, this is still half intact, and I can still make out the insignia of Severesh's private army, the Chagata. Were these original weapons and gear not improperly disposed of after being thrown in the shredder? An idea bubbles up, and he keeps looking elsewhere. Though Arknights has been quite meticulous, a few clues are bound to leak through. Of this he's certain. Replicas of Victorian's newest equipment, as well as the last caliber naval gun parts. All failures, unable to break through the technical barrier. The army designation, the insignias, many other terms of the Cherak language. He quietly memorizes them all. Sir, are you done yet? Yes, I am. The ambassador returns to the group. I've more or less seen what I needed to see, Mr. Edelweiss. I will summarize the entire situation and faithfully report to the Duke. Sir, the internal railway in the mining site has just been cleared, and you haven't had the time to inspect it yet. Does Victoria also need to use that internal railway? Yes, we have connected a number of suppliers for quotes. Using the internal railway can significantly reduce transportation costs. Father, is the Van Vliet Court aware of this? If you are so keen to get involved in diplomatic affairs, Gallantrade hopes you will also be willing to verify any business entities that wish to join. Gnosis's concern interrupts the thought of the Van Vliet Court's envoy, who then looks away from the railway. That would require the Great Elder's input. Understand. Lecturer Gunter, I ask that the Van Vliet Court not make things difficult for any goddess. I will remain at Gallantrade headquarters, waiting for your summons. Lecturer Gunter. Alright. Well, we'll leave it at this for today. We probably, as I said earlier, won't be continuing tomorrow. Like, possibly, maybe. It depends on how long we collab. Kinda. But probably not continuing this tomorrow. But I plan to definitely finish on a Sunday. I do like a longer stream, maybe. We probably would have to, but yeah, I plan to finish. We'll see, no promises. So, since we have still some time, let me go to like dailies real quick.
Makes it a pretty good day, I'd say.
Let's go like look at my base.
Could you take some of those film posters off the walls?
Yeah, I know you don't like. Yeah, what was I saying? I got distracted.
Here. Surely there's no speed.
Is there a soundproof room here? My fingers are itching for guitar strings so bad.
Oh wait, I should use the one that's gifted to me, right? Because that one expires. I don't think it like would expire since it's 10 days, but yeah. I'm a professional Arknighter. Oh shit, did I not?
Can I apply for a more comfortable
I did
chair?
not put Proviso there, I guess.
Oh,
Damn.
wonderful place.
Minus money.
Let's have a drinking party tonight.
Doctor, there's new movement on the tides. We need to talk.
Oh yeah, I did not steal money from my friends. Again. I forget about that so often.
Big place. Wonder how the food tastes.
I'd like to think we have a good food here. Okay, let's get all the credits. Do we get to 1,000? I don't think we do. I think we'll stop like 990. Yeah, I'm so smart. I mean, I did predict it like not that much in advance for it to be impressive,
Take
but
some
yeah.
of those film posters off the walls.
Sometimes.
What's
I
this
too
doing?
prefer to avoid
28
the crowd,
minutes. I see, okay.
far away from all the sounds, just to feel my own self, and to feel you
Get me
as
the
well.
stuff on sale. We do have quite a lot, so we can afford all of these. Device as well. And skill summaries, yeah. And yeah. Tomorrow, as I said. Okay, let me first like. Check. To raid someone. Okay. Let's raid into Latvia. I don't think I've ever actually raided them, but I know them a little. They play Arknights sometimes, not right now. Right now they are playing. They are doing art, not playing. They are not playing art. They are doing art. I guess they are
Rest
arting.
well. I don't need to mix any illusiones into this lullaby. Your dreams are already colorful enough.
They also have a really long name, so I had to really, concentrate on not misspelling anything. But yes, I did manage. So yeah. go there, go say hi. Or you don't if you don't feel like it, but it would be nice, you know. Anyways, tomorrow I'll be starting at noon Central European Summertime. I'll be doing art. I'll be drawing Viviana in that one of her skins, which I don't remember, eating currywurst. And then we'll be doing collab. I don't think we agreed on a game yet, but yeah, we'll be collabing with some friends, and it will be fun. So yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by, and bye!